Court is now in session according to the gavel in the background.
Did anyone hear Miley?
No, no one heard that because we're in RP mode. So everybody sorted. Twitch all looking good for folks.
I'm in an ad.
Okay. Help! How did I get in this ad?
Yeah, we're good.
Want out.
Yep, there we go.
Woohoo!
To determine what the 5 NPCs I'm introducing are.
Buffy, Choice, Giles, Sander. You get one free pick.
I mean, you got that far and didn't mention it.
Right. That's why I said you got one free pick. Who's it gonna be?
Anyway, shush. I'm not that bad. I am that bad, but you know.
Because yeah, of course it's gotta be Willow, right? Next, of course.
Yeah. Well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it should all be looking good. It's looking good on my side for now, at least. I'll just assume it's looking good on every side.
Yep.
Unless everybody's still in endless ads.
Nope.
Good.
The ads start, but then it just cut out, and I don't have any sort of ad blocker on.
Nice.
Not that that's how they. Sorry, sneeze. Not that that's how that would work normally anyway, but it started like flashed up the Xbox logo, and then the ad just didn't play.
How odd. How odd. Right. I know.
Interesting historical sidebar, right?
Yep, good old De Hoffren. So, in the interest of super interesting flashbacks, welcome to the Invasion session 31. I think that is where we're at already. And it is the 9th of December, folks. Somehow, 2020. But anyway, I'm Ryan, the GM, and here are the players.
My name's Dylan, and today I'm playing I guess it's out now, a changeling bard who's currently in the form of Xarxus the Tiefling.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
Hello, I'm Bryn, and I'm playing Samuel, who's a child of the storm.
Hello, I am Colin. I'm playing Vanger, who is a sort of wandering priesty, greedy cleric dwarf.
And I'm Cameron. I'm playing Walter the Witch Hunter. And are there bats in your bat cave? It's more likely than you think. Download your latest adventuring group. We'll take care of them for you for gold pieces.
That one's been excited during the week.
Took me all about 10 seconds to think of that, right?
I wrote in our go live notification, what's in there? Only what you take with you. And bats. And that's what our go live notification is as well, so I'm glad we both had thoughts today. Oh dear. So, flashing back, what happened last time?
Bats.
Suddenly bats.
Suddenly bats.
One of my rejected screen names.
Less bats for me.
True. Yep. Significantly less bats. Yeah.
Vanguard and Samuel.
Have a good old chat with Stubborn.
Vanguard and Samuel watching very bemusedly as Fleabite and Bolter had a go at each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, some proper slave philosophy on the go, quite frankly.
Verbal roasting.
I think I clarified that I'm an employee, not a slave.
I mean, a man chooses, a slave obeys.
I chose my employment over unemployment.
I think there's an interesting sort of Nietzschean flavour to.
Well, the visual I just got with Fleabite there was it clicks to him and why he's in a Armani suit adjusting his glasses that are half rimmed, you know? Nobody knows when he says that, you know? Yes, yes. A man chooses.
I just saw Fleabite with
No gods.
a golf club, yeah. That's it.
I mean, yeah, obviously, you can imagine as you wish, I guess. Yeah, probably more likely to get a golf club than this suit anyway, but here we are.
My only note from last week is cave wine and a scream of anger.
Mm-hmm. 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 Makes sense. Because of the barrels.
There was cave wine.
Mhm.
That's true.
There was cave wine. There was the disappointment when Fleabite had obviously been like, "Good, we have found the box," and Vanger's like, "No, those are barrels." Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
That was a thing.
And yeah, besides that, we mostly had investigating some cave nonsense, and we also had the Ridiculous 2, I think is the Western name for the movie that is Xerxes and Adair.
Ridiculous too.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes just a ridiculous one, depending on who you are at the time. So, yeah. And the wonderfully confused Stobart being like, "Weren't you just over? Never mind." And yeah, we have.
Oh yeah, that was the clipped bit.
Yes, it was the clip that you made. It was good.
I very much enjoyed.
I appreciated that. It was a good thing to notice because it tells me when things are clipped on when I go to the editing at the end. I was like, let me go have a look at that. It's obviously me pointing in random directions. The other thing we're gonna have to deal with in this particular session is the fact that I can't wait to see what Xerxes does alone in his scenes.
I'm curious about how that's going to work too.
Yeah, me too. So that's gonna be exciting. Anything else happened last time that we wish to recall now? My instinct's always saying recant now, but you're not allowed to recant it now.
They are just really handled things admirably.
I think consistently is what you mean to say.
I mean, I said admirably. I didn't say well.
Uh-huh.
And is undoubtedly going to have some sort of future encounter with someone.
I mean, that seems likely, given how vague that statement is.
I'm not going to put much on it being a date with that particular
Not Lady
library
Thaki.
person, but definitely something at some point with someone.
Okay. We'll keep that vague then, shall we? Right.
And listen, my prediction will come true.
Sure. Okay. So this is the end of the game, folks, just to prove Colin wrong. So I hope you've had fun, and goodbye. See?
I can't prove it all.
Right, general goals. We've got find and prioritise suspects, investigate the Batcave, find out circumstances around the big wedding, e.g. is a Sarah coerced or not. Find I know how some people in the players, never mind the audience, are saying, who's Sarah? And then find out find out what the package was. Yep. Get real info from C. Stobart. And personal goals. Adair doesn't matter, it's never going to happen. Xerxes, face with Lord Tonan.
Face with Lord Tonan.
Just face Lord Tonan in a saving fashion.
Brutal combat.
You could endanger his life surreptitiously and then rescue him, and then,
Can you shift into a hobgoblin?
Is there a reason you need to?
I think so.
Yeah, just because I think their racial ability might make that quite a lot easier.
I don't think it works that way.
I don't suddenly get
This isn't Divinity 2 where you use the mask of shapeshifting and get all the race abilities, because that's so powerful. But anyway, Fleabite has find a way to distract the hunters from the pack. We've got Samuel with discover source of unnatural wolves. We've got Vangar with learn more about the giant bats. When did they appear and are they always around? And Walter has proved my finesse with the rapier to Vangar, which was almost an impossible goal. But luckily Vangar could make it this week. Just positive.
Yeah,
I'm sure his character would have been impressed, regardless.
This is when it goes so terribly. Well, I'm really glad Vangar wasn't there to have witnessed how terrible that went.
Doesn't roll above a 10.
I have seen it done before. And it's heartbreaking, actually. combat. But anyway. So that's our goals. Obviously, if you are looking to change them, keep in mind the events of this session, and we'll deal with them at the end as per usual. Besides that, I guess let's just get stuck in and open straight away on Xerxes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, if I remember correctly, I would promise to play for everyone.
You were going to play violin for Stobard, who used to play long ago and hasn't had the time since to play, and you managed to convince him to stay for a bit and listen to you play, and you headed back inside the Emerald Inn for such a thing. So yeah. Are you also going to do something to try and get a crowd, or are you leaving that as is? Because you do, Madame Emerald. We Emma. You are some good business days.
I don't really know how to best advertise myself in medieval ages, unfortunately.
Invent the gun, and make a second gun, run through town shooting, and then hand out flyers.
Damn.
It's the only way.
I guess tonight I'll just play, because I don't want to push Stobard's patience.
Okay. Sure.
So tonight I'll play. If I don't grab as large of a crowd, I'll find a way to survive, right?
Okay. It just means you'll solo her three more nights of busy times.
Was it 3 or was it 2 more? I thought the original one counted, or was I wrong?
You were wrong. You were 3.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Then
I get my violin ready and make my way towards the stage.
Sure. Yeah.
Performance.
Go for it. Okay. Yeah, that's a pretty reasonable performance. And I think it kind of just highlights that during the course of this, obviously, you can see, if you do look at Stobard, that he possibly looks somewhat reminiscent, right? He's sat, obviously, at a table.
He's enjoying himself.
I don't know if that's remotely obvious straight away. He's very looking polite, right? But I mean, the guy doesn't look like he's necessarily easy to entertain. I'll show you the picture of Mr. David Warner. That was even his name. Was that the actor's name? It wasn't Warner. It is David Warner. This guy doesn't look necessarily that easy to impress. Let me share him. Chat.
It's true.
Right? But he definitely looks wistful, right? Like as if he's in deep thought, nostalgic is maybe the look on his face. So yeah, that is the best you can probably glean from him on stage. But he sat through the performance, right? And then him and Adair seem to exchange some words, and then he seems to be making his way outside again.
If I wish to talk to Adair, how do I do that?
Don't.
Because I guess my idea is I would walk up as he's or once I'm done, right? And I'd be like, "Well, did you get everything you needed? Did it work? Job well done?" ?
Sadly, that would be a conversation for when Adair's here to answer that.
Okay.
That would be an ecumenical matter.
Yes.
Oh, what matter?
Don't worry about
it. It's a dated comedy reference. I'm sorry.
Okay. So does he get up to leave before I'm done or after?
You finished playing, people, celebrate the fact that you finished playing. Not in a rude way, just that's the thing that you do is you clap once people have finished their performance. And you can see through the crowd that he's obviously getting up to leave. As I said, and he heads outside.
Okay. Well, I'll finish putting my violin away. And this is when I would head to Adair, right?
Yeah, but sadly in that
Um,
reality that doesn't happen, so what happens instead of you speaking to a deer?
I guess I walk past him towards where Stobbard left.
Yeah. Back into the main lobby and then back outside?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I assume he's still there.
I mean, he's leaving, yes. Leaving. You can catch up with him.
Charleston, so what did you think?
Yeah. He's like adjusting his overcoat for the colder weather outside. Gonna turn and goes. It was reminiscent of when I played. I feel I should make time for that more in my life. Thank you for the reminder.
Well,
look.
if you ever wish to duet with me, please. I would appreciate an more experienced eye or ear than mine.
And he kind of does something with like his throat. It sounds like he's clearing it. And he says, "Yes, would be quite the head turners, I'm sure. Good evening."
And to you, Charleston. Until next time.
And then him and
At
his.
this point, I'm kind of assuming that Adair did his job.
I mean, you can
I don't
assume
wanna-
that all you want. I think
Yeah,
we know.
just as an explanation.
You don't need to explain that. He's narratively excused. You get carte blanche for that. So,
Okay.
Obviously, Mr. Stolbard and his footman leave, and they go off into the night. What's your plan now, Xarxus?
Head back inside.
Okay. Yeah. Go and meet
It
your.
was very
roommate.
difficult to duo without the other person,
Then don't do solo.
just solo.
Mhm.
But he was rather intricate to the whole
Then
plans.
you'll just need to come up with your own plans now. This is it. Thinking on your feet is what happens when somebody can't make a session. Damn you, Adair.
Damn you, Adair.
So yeah, you head back inside. Your crowd's obviously waiting there.
Was that a shorter performance, I assume?
Don't know, was it? You tell me. It was your
Well,
performance.
actually, I guess I could use this time to actually play and advertise.
Yeah. Imagine.
In that case, I will address the crowd and say, like, I'll be taking a 15-minute break, but I'll be back to play more right afterwards.
Yeah, and they go back to their conversations and their drinkings.
Then I'll head outside towards, like, I don't know, some populated square.
I think at that point, obviously for narrative exclusion, Adair makes his way up to his room to retire for the evening because it was a busy day buying wine, drinking wine, and then going to sleep. So
Living with his regrets.
and his money. So yeah, he retires to his room for the evening, and he lets you know this, Xarxus, so you don't worry about him just having randomly vanished.
Nice of him to let me know.
Wasn't it great?
Also, while I'm out and about, I look for some urchin kid to hire as the barkeep.
Okay, let us have an investigate check to see how well you do at finding a kid to hire.
Unfortunately, there isn't a spell called Find Urchin.
No, but if I ever make a magic game, that is a terrible idea.
Summon random urchin kid.
Conjure child.
It's just terrible. Just absolute terrible. Like, summon youth somehow seems less bad, doesn't it, than conjure child?
Yeah, probably.
Oh dear. Okay, so. Oh my god, there is actually. Amazing. The fuck? Interesting. Street urchin name generator.
Street.
Wow.
That is a sentence.
Isn't it just? Wow. Okay. Isn't that a thing? Let's see if this goes anywhere. It does not. I'm gonna have to use my name generators, my good old faithful ones. Oh god, we're not gonna click usernames, no. Fantasy names. There we go. And right, so you've got a choice, right? You go out, you find 3 urchins, is what you find, Xarxus.
Ooh.
Right?
Ooh. 3 whole urchins.
2 seconds, I'm getting you some details so you can choose which one you wanna hire. Can help. And there you go. You find these 3 kids, and they go by the name of Falcon, Dak, and Bacon. And all 3 are kind of half arguing with themselves about who should get the job. So, what are you offering them?
2 gold.
Like, per shift, or?
That's, yes. That's really good, right?
Yeah, it's really good, yeah.
Yeah. You know.
How many shifts are you assuming they have to work?
For now, just tonight.
Okay, so 2 gold for tonight. Who do you want? Do you want Falcon, Dak, or Bacon?
I'll take Falcon. I like the name.
Okay, yeah. That's probably why they picked it, right?
It's a good name. Got him a job.
Her a job, yeah.
Her, yeah.
Yeah, because she is small, thin, she's pale, she's a girl, she's very dirty. Dak was male, well-fed looking, very dirty. Bacon, who knows what bacon is, but they're also dirty. So, yeah.
I hope Madame Emerald isn't too fussy about the actual specifics of the boy part. One never knows.
This is true. So yeah, you hire Falcon. To lose 2 gold to Falcon then, and we'll just assume that that's paid at the end and not the start, shall we?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, what else are you doing on your evening walk besides rounding up children?
I will then head to that populated square and then start to play. Same thing I did the first night.
Okay.
To try to draw the crowd, and then
as you walk up to like the spot and start getting like your violin out and such, Falcon kind of like walks up to you and like tugs on like your sleeve and just like wipes her nose right up her own sleeve, and is like, "Hey, Mister."
Yes.
So, when the crowd gets here, am I supposed to,
It depends. How good are you at it?
Oh God.
And then they just kind of look at you, and they're like,
Wait, just continue on.
They're like, why don't I show you?
Okay.
Okay. Let me actually make a roll and see how good they are at it. Dear gods. Oh my god. So, you see them like kind of whistle to themselves, put their hands behind their back and do that, big, step to the side, as if trying to act nonchalant. And then they just walk round the other side of the square and then just walk up to you and fumble and trying to take off your kind of like purse with your coins in it.
And it's pretty obvious.
I rolled a 1. So yeah.
Yeah, so that's just stick to the bartending for now.
And they're still like their tongues between their teeth stuck out of their lips, and they've got their foot pressed against your thigh, and they're still trying to like get it off the belt, and it's aye.
Okay, that's quite enough. For now, just try to get my name out there.
Okay, what's your name, mister?
Zarxus, says all proudly.
Zarxus.
Imagining his name up in the lights.
Zarxus. You should have took Skywrite then, shouldn't you have?
Oh my goodness.
Just tell me, right? I wonder where that would have been useful, like this moment right now, Madame Emerald's performance tonight. Oh, that spell will have no use, Ryan. Yup. Skywrite, everybody.
I feel like I could just do the same thing with Major Image.
Nah, it's not enough
Or
range.
a bomb.
Or a bomb, yeah. So, yeah, Falcon, I should probably write down, since it's a person now. Christ. Urchin called Falcon.
Is the thieving child going to be a reliable bartender, is my question.
I mean, we'll find
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
Besides, she never said it had to be a good barkeep.
No, I think your instructions were get a boy, and that was it, really.
Yeah, boy.
So, right, you want to do some kind of carousing of a crowd?
Yeah, is that performance?
If you're going to do it to play and then try and convince them in, I would say it's performance to see how much you attract and persuade to get them to go, right?
Roger that.
Good, okay. Yep. Big crowd, people are wondering who you are. And I think more people are interested in the fact that they were willing to come and look at you because, again, tieflings stand out, right, in Evershade. But ultimately, only some are happy to go, right? But, out of the crowd you got, it's probably a decent number of people, right? Probably enough to at least make the place look twice as busy in Madame Emerald's, right, than what it was when you left, assuming they're still there. Right? So that's reasonable. Yeah, so if some of them make way, you obviously finish up your performance, and Falcon's just kind of sat there. And I assume there's a statue in the middle of the square. Who even knows, though, right? Who knows? And they just sat, propped up on the side of the statue, occasionally wiping their nose on their sleeve. And then, yeah.
Everyone to Madame Emerald's.
The Emerald Inn, yeah. Yeah,
whatever.
the Emerald Inn. And, yeah, so everybody heads to the Emerald Inn that you managed to get to convince to go. People pile in. Madame Emerald, when you walk in, she spots you and just gives you a wee wink, as if, this is good, more people in, you brought more people, this is good,
Go give her a thumbs up. And then I show Falcon to where she's going to be working.
Okay. How do you do this? I assume you go up to Madame Emerald.
Yeah. I go, this is your new barkeep for now.
Leans right over the counter. Like, well, you'll have to wash them.
But fair. I'll take her to the. I assume there's some sort of like shower bathroom thing in my
shower is a real ask, isn't it? That's a real ask. I mean, there's a metal tub, or like there's either a wooden tub or a metal tub, depending. And yeah, What are you going to do about clothes
Show
for
her the room.
for
Get
Falcon?
clean. As she's getting clean, I'll go ask Emerald about it. If she has any extra clothes for any particular reason.
Just extra clothes? Just looks at you.
Well, I mean, do you want her bartending in that?
Oh, is she gonna pay for the clothes? She puts her hand out just
Potentially.
in the conversation, just sits it on the...
Can I say that I give her a reasonable amount? Because I don't actually know what that would be.
It depends how fancy you want the clothes.
I don't care that much.
Okay, so like a couple of silver?
Couple silver?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, part with that. She walks over to like, some kind of drape that seemed to be covering up some of the barrels and just lifts it off the barrels and hands you it. It was clearly an old curtain. Make something out of that. There you go.
Good enough.
It's probably like, it would have been expensive curtains when she bought them, right? But who knows when that was. Now they're just used as covers to make, unsightly alcohol containers look prettier. So, yeah, you head off and how'd you fashion Falcon an outfit? You're just giving them some kind of fancy poncho with some rope tied around their waist, or what is this velvet nightmare?
Actually, that sounds pretty good. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
That's great.
It's a poncho. There you go.
Do you want to give me a survival roll unless you have a better idea for what it could be?
I have no idea. Survival it shall be.
Perfect. That's exactly what I imagine it looks like. You've cut a hole in the middle,
Oh,
put it
no.
over their head, wrapped it around them, and tied rope round their waist. Sorted.
Perfect.
And then obviously, Falcon looks down at our new outfit and just looks up at you.
What do you think?
What do bartenders do?
Give out drinks when asked for them.
Okay. And wipes her nose on her velvet sleeve.
I guess I will take her to the bar and give her a quick rundown.
Okay. Right. Do you want to give me a...
Is this a roll?
So I'll give you either history, right, which is a generous one, or my own personal preference is a performance, or persuasion.
I was
Sorry.
kind of thinking performance myself.
Any of those actually. I don't really care which one of those three I've just said. Any of those are fine.
Okay. Performance
Okay.
it shall be.
Yeah. And I think after that, Falcon just says, "Why don't you bartend? You're really good at it."
Because I have to play.
And they kind of look at you.
Like I played in the square.
Okay.
Do you play anything?
I play all the time. They just look at you sternly.
Do you play any instruments?
What's an instrument?
Like that violin I was playing.
I don't know. I've never tried.
Maybe one day I'll show you. I'll
Okay.
teach you.
Kind of just looking
In the
like, behind the
meantime,
bar.
I'm gonna straight up adopt this girl. It's happening. It's
It is not child labour if they're your child.
It's called chores, right? Or housework at that point, right? Anyway,
You're thinking.
sounds like summon youth again, Colin, to sing. But yes, so Xerxes, they just kind of like are staring at the bar and, trying to like, almost as if they're mentally going back through the steps you told them.
You know what? Good enough.
Mm,
And then I
yeah.
will proceed to play for the
Yeah.
for the bar again. Another performance.
Yeah, so as you head to the bar, or the stage, I should say,
Yeah.
the brains. A woman stops you and just kind of like puts her hand on like your arm, your forearm, as you go to walk past. And she says, I was so pleased to catch your performance in the square. I am eager
Oh,
to see what you provide us with this evening.
give her a somewhat sultry look and be like, I'll be eager to provide.
And she just smiles back at you, and you notice that all of her teeth are different coloured jewels. And we cut to the cave team.
That is.
Oh.
Been around long enough to understand that.
She's a very pretty
It'd
lady.
be sad, but I guess Fleabite is the only one he would get that.
Yeah, it's almost like it's the reason why Adair went to bed, right? It's almost like that. I will share the image of this lady for you as well.
And the reason was embarrassment over his romantic failures.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. He's not self-aware enough to realise that.
But it is also nonetheless true. Which is funny, so this is who you see in some very kind of like expensive looking
Oh, wow.
heavy red outfit as well. She's very pretty.
Remember when I
She
said
looks like
somewhat
she could be
sultry
called
look?
Velvet Nightmare.
She does. Madame Nightmare.
I think I remember seeing her in Vampire Freaks. Oh, how much did that age me?
Wow. Yeah, it definitely did. Anyway, so meanwhile, cave team.
Yes.
Let us,
Roll for it.
well, whenever my browser decides to catch up and catch everybody else up.
Wow. The browser.
My browser and recording does not apparently want to update unless I am very specifically on that page too. So if you
Scroll.
Yep. Just need to make sure all this works. So I'm just going to ask Dylan if you can just be watching on the stream and let me know if the camera needs to move. That would be amazing.
Sure.
Because that will definitely help.
Be my hero.
Yeah, I got you.
Right, so remember people, if you want your initiative to count, you need to click on your token, have your character sheet open, click on initiative, and it should all magically work out.
Oh no.
It's initiatives aren't bad things, right? It doesn't matter if you go last, ultimately.
It kind of does if something kills you in one hit.
Can I inspiration initiative?
Yeah.
Can I spend triumph to get some initiative?
Yeah. Or you've used your initiative to get inspiration, to get advantage for your initiative roll. Well done. Manage rewards. Accept the rewards. Colin, you technically have inspiration from 6 days ago, given to you by Badger Plague, who did it when we were playing Divinity, and it didn't obviously matter, so I'm just going to let you have it here, since this is...
I have no recollection of that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And also thank you to other Alex, who presumably isn't lurking tonight because I only see 3 people. But if you are, thank you.
Yeah.
Do I roll it again, or has it done it?
No, you can. Did you click advantage? Sorry.
It?
It doesn't affect initiative, so just click initiative again.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
So we'll keep the 17.
Initiative.
Imagine I just made you keep rolling it until it hits 17 again, so I didn't have to edit the list. Anyone I'm missing, or we got everybody? We got everybody, right? Cool. Right. So the thing that Fleabite saw, guess we'll bring that up and do
I think your stream froze, or at least the D20 side of it.
So remember, anytime I'm not tabbed onto it.
Oh, right. Okay.
Like if I go like this, well, bam, there you go, buddy. It's going to be a bit frustrating, but...
In 3 seconds. There we go. Cool.
Oofed.
Oh, phew.
So... second. Let's order this list now. If that's still updating, that's good. It means I don't have to worry about anything like that, which is fine. Yeah, so, excuse me. Fleabite, you're up first.
I think it does make sense since he was at the front.
It's
and
good.
has dark vision.
It's a good one, yeah.
So I think instantly it would just be like the you can just about sense on the periphery of vision and smell maybe, and Fleabite would just go like, yes, bad thing here, big bad thing, and run.
Let me see if I can get the actual map to load any better as well, if I just...
Is that in a rock or?
I mean, I feel like, is there something in the image? Or no? Then yeah, you can't go there. And Dylan, it eventually should be much better for you quality-wise on the stream than the image of the map in the background.
And probably like run into Vanguard and be like, that thing, yes. And then, because I had my sling out, I will just is that a movable place?
Yeah.
And hide attempt.
Sure.
Yeah. And then prepare ready action if the bat comes into is it 10? If you're within 5 feet, then you get a debuff on you get disadvantage on range. So if it comes within 10 feet, then
it's technically if you're within something's reach, so it just depends how much you think its reach goes.
I think I'm just going to say within 10 feet, and if it's a disadvantage, means it's not that big.
That's fine, yeah. But it will teach you something if it is, though, which is good, handy. So type in your trigger, pop in your icon on your token, and we'll see what happens. I think, Walter, this has taught you a lot about your companions already. Yep.
Yeah, when faced with danger, Fleabite runs rather than proving his mettle. I will take the same action that I took last time, which is ready an attack action for when a bat creature comes within rapier range.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I've already had it there, but I will just go up and copy and paste it again.
Thank you very much.
When you prove your mettle by being eaten by a bat, then we'll see.
Oh dear. Fantastic. Right. Just a moment. Too many screens. Something about broth.
Any screen.
Oh, not that song.
It is a song, and it is catchy, but I will not be going any further with it.
Thank you. It is, however, already stuck in my head now.
It's all right. I can remove it instantaneously.
Oh God.
Baby shark dude.
So, Samuel. So Vanguard take 100 damage. do. Understandable, that moving backwards. Understandable.
Yep. Hopefully see a bit further now, and we'll take the same ready action.
Okay. Pop it into chat.
Yeah. There we go. Copy and paste it now.
What's happening to about reposting some clever rules and good cheat sheets? Yeah.
Yeah,
good
I have to have that open whenever there's content.
I always keep it open. Yeah, it is super handy. That sheet. Well done to the person that made that sheet. You are a godsend. Told the dead. Perfect. And moving any more, or was that you, Samuel?
That was me, because there's a choke point, and I like to keep myself between. Oh, that, and I like to keep myself between
Yeah.
companions.
Yeah, that's fine.
We appreciate the sentiment. As a healer, I do like someone to stand in front of me, but yeah, that's
Okay.
wily creatures.
Okay, this thing flies towards you, Walter. Do you want to do your...
Oh my lord.
Yep.
I didn't see how big that one was before.
I thought they were like size large, not size huge.
Is this Walter?
I could only see like a tiny segment.
So at least I get to make 2 attacks, right?
I don't think so, unless your reaction has covered that, right?
Yes.
So, if you've got 2 attacks as a build, yes.
Yep. Extra attack level 5. So we go to my attack.
Although, there's a very good point, because your action was to take the withhold. Give me 2 seconds, I'll clarify that. My instinct is to say you do get it, but let's see. Reactions and extra attack.
It's not taking a reaction.
No, but you...
Yeah, it's preparing.
I have a readied action.
Which is an action in itself.
It's an action itself, and it's when you take the attack action. You may make a second attack.
You don't get it, apparently, according to this.
I don't get to make a second attack when I take the attack action.
When you have used your reaction. Let me just double check, because Jeremy Crawford said something.
It's not a reaction, it's a readied action.
2 seconds. Nah, you're good. Jeremy Crawford has decided it is.
So taking a reaction would be when the enemy provokes.
Actually, no, Jeremy Crawford doesn't agree with you. The ready action lets you ready any action you take, including attack, but extra attack is on your turn.
What?
Yep. I knew there would be some jank about that.
Well, that's just a giant FU to martial classes, right?
It's actually just because...
welcome to 5e.
I was going to say, it's just because ready actions aren't as good as everybody thinks they are, that's all.
It's unfortunate. Yeah, that's unintuitive. I don't like that personally.
I mean, the thing is, though, this is an additional move that he's getting to do by having not taken his turn already. So, because keep in mind, he'll get his go again, right?
Yeah.
So this is
you would get a reaction.
But the whole point of a readied action is if your trigger never occurs, you've wasted your action. That
there's
the
an inherent cost to it, yeah.
There is a cost built into any readied action, which is if it doesn't work out, then you've wasted your whole thing.
Yeah, but equally, you could have walked forward and attacked in full, right? So it is a choice you make to see what happens.
It is a bit shit for martial characters, though.
Yeah. I mean, I ready my action to cast a spell is just as powerful whether it occurs on your turn or not. But I ready my
So
action
the balance to that, though, is
weakened.
that your spell, if it's a spell slot, is wasted regardless. So it's different cost-wise. But anyway.
Nonetheless, I can still smack him once.
You can, yeah.
Let's just smack him once. I'll Divine Smite him. Actually, yeah, I'm the only character who's forward in this melee row, so there's nothing to lose if I try to Divine Smite him. Only works on an attack.
I'm going to assume that hits, but let me just double check. It does.
Let's hope.
It does.
Otherwise, it's going to be an expedient retreat and get out of the cave.
Yeah, well. It might be anyway. Let's wait and see.
So you need to click Rapier under the 23.
Yep. Oh, that's one.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that hits. So it defines my. I've got
Nice.
my dueling fighting style in there.
What level of Divine Smite did you use?
Level 1.
Okay, just state all that so it's stated so everybody knows the math.
It just seems I ticked it automatic, so
That's
it should
okay.
have just come up as once.
It doesn't tell me though. It only tells you. You're the one ticking things, so just state what you're doing so that it can be checkpointed. Right. So what's that total?
23.
23 hit and a 23 damage.
Mhm.
It's not bad. Not bad. Double checking, see if there's any nonsense up and down. Nope.
What the hell is call ID?
Okay. And let's see. Obviously mark off your spell slots. I assume you've already done that. And this thing goes in with a bite. I'm going to assume a 21 hits you.
Yep.
Okay, you won't see it because it was in GM, but I'll change it all so it shows. 9 piercing, a mere 9. And then flocks in with one of its claws. Or bam. Don't think that hits you, does it?
That misses.
Yep, good. There we go. And Leon. Let's see. Now we're good. Finger.
Yes. Okay. Undoubtedly, I would be alarmed by this turn of events, and will therefore use Healing Word, which is as a cleric is my default action, I believe.
It's a good action.
But
Hey, it's your default bonus action. That's what makes it so good.
true. Yeah, exactly. So what will I do with my action then? I could use a cantrip.
Mm-hmm.
What was the one that I found was very effective against them? Was it Sapping Sting?
Yes. Yeah,
Because
because
it knocked its ass to the ground.
it's just a great
Yeah.
cantrip.
So what I want to do then is Sapping Sting this one, partly because I think it'll be an easier target.
Yeah. That's probably
so
within 30 feet of you, so yeah.
The close by one. Let me just measure just to be sure, but I'm
Ah,
certain
you're
it
good.
is. Yep. Good, thank you. So Sapping Sting on it.
I'm going to assume that hits. Let me just double check. Yes, it does.
Cool.
Right.
6.
I'll do the save. Excuse me, con save.
So DC's 14.
Yeah, again, it's 2 GM, but I got a 16. Alas.
Very well.
I switched
I
it so
hit
it's
the
public
thing at
now
least.
as well.
And I will use my bonus, as I said, to heal Walter. Oh, I've not got the right thing clicked. Pinging him, just for emphasis for those of you watching at home, if anyone is, with a healing word. Now, what level do I need to use this at, do you think?
Probably just level 1. I've only lost 9 health.
Yeah, I think level 1's okay. I'll do level 1. Okay.
Boom.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's the best you could have done.
So, I'll mark down 1 slot used there, and don't think I'm going to move, so that is my turn.
Okay. Well,
I
we're
was
back
going
round
to
to
BRB 1
Fleabite.
second, sorry.
It's okay. Fleabite, we're back to you. Your ready action never came to pass.
Yep. No, I think Alexander remembers that these things are practically immune to stealth anyway. But Fleabite probably wouldn't know that.
A lot has happened to Fleabite since then, to be fair.
So I think Fleabite will just use Sling on Giant Bat.
Yeah, sure.
Presume it is a normal roll.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, like, that rock next to Walter's head just got smacked by a slingshot, I guess.
Dead rock.
Anything else? Fleabite?
And I think Fleabite will hold position, but take the. Oh no! Do that. Yeah, probably just stay where he is. Yeah, I'll get rid of the
Pips. Yep. Cool. Back to Walter's actual turn.
Action turn. Now I can attack him twice. Oh,
You're
I'm so happy.
Fully operational character now.
Yeah, operational.
Yes.
Were you going to say Death Star?
Just character.
Don't we
I was
have
gonna.
trademark
The reason I
material in our
hesitated was because I
streams?
was gonna say paladin, but I didn't want to just class shame you. So
As if my class is anything to be ashamed of.
it's because
Yep.
you're a witch hunter by class, right? So there we go.
Indeed. So, considering whether to use a spell, why not? Cast Random Smite. Not on self, I'm just casting it so it's in the chat. And then I will try to attack.
For things like branding smite, you can do in your spells page. You can actually just put them in info-wise. Is that to checkpoint them? It's probably.
Oh yeah, I should have dragged it across.
Like, feel free to. You don't need to drag it across. You just click the button on it, and it'll put it in the chat, or at least it should do that. And it should come up for info only. Let me have a look.
How's it going?
Let me so click on spells tab. There we go. And then where are we here? Branding smite, isn't it? So there's a little speech bubble on there. You click that. There you go, and it just puts in for description. So if you're doing stuff like that, just pop it in for checkpointing.
Yeah,
etc.
I actually clicked on the name rather than the speech bubble.
That's okay.
That one's on me.
Yeah, that's okay. It's just you're getting used to the sheets on here. It's fine. But it's a bit jank, and also just my preferred way of tracking stuff in the chat. Right. So
It's rolled the damage for if I do happen to hit one of the 2 times I'm going to attack. Hit him with my rapier.
well, you'd roll that on every time you're actually doing it, right? You would roll it each time. So before you go any
It's
further,
next time.
you do pips now, right? So you're concentrating, so pip yourself with a concentration spell, which is in between the red and the green. A lot of those tokens again. Remember the little white face with the question mark? There we go, perfect. And then obviously I'll just assume you track that.
So yeah, I'll roll to hit. It's 20.
That is a hit, yep.
Click rapier.
Yep. And then you would click Branding Smite to then add the damage in.
Do you want to do that again, or do you want to keep going from above?
I'd rather we got used to the format, so we'll do it again.
The only reason I ask is because 9 plus 9 plus 2 is 20, and I quite like it. I'm doing the same attack rolls and damage.
I mean, yeah. It is nice. I understand.
Up to 8. Oh, you've cost me 1 point. That's fine. So that is
it could have got you more.
19 damage.
In total, yeah.
And I believe I'm no longer and I'm no longer concentrating on a spell because it's the next time you hit a creature.
No worries.
And then I have an extra attack,
You do indeed.
which I've rolled a miserable 13.
It does not hit.
Sad times.
Not bad though.
Damage
Like it's a decent amount of damage you've put out already.
is consistent.
How
How are you doing, Fleabite Samuel Vanger?
yes, kill rock.
Alive.
2 seconds. Tick.
Hey, this.
You're supposed to say you're impressed with my rapier work.
You gotta work for it, man. Gotta work for it.
Oh dear.
Also, I think he's a little distracted by the ones making a beeline for him more than the other one, although it is larger and more impressive.
It's a plan, Sam.
Cool. Well, I guess we've seen that Vanguard has attacked something, even if my puny human eyes can't see it.
Yeah, so you shot out green beams of energy at it. Yeah.
How? So that's not visible in your vision at all.
I cannot see the bat. Nope.
Right.
Mhm.
Damn. That's unfortunate.
Either of them?
I can see a tiny bit of the one Walter hitting.
Yep.
So would probably just do the same thing again and stand there ready to block the checkpoint.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, just repaste your trigger in. We'll keep it up to
Sure.
date, and then
I will,
if no movement, I'll just move on. Yeah, we're good.
Yep.
Perfect.
I'll quietly say to Samuel, sort of seeing him ready. 2 incoming.
And
Yeah.
this is obviously going to be on a. Yep, carry on, Samuel. If you're going to reply.
Had he we said he said it before I took the ready action, or I guess that's after he sees me readying, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sort of seeing you. Maybe your body language changes as you tense and preparing for the, knowing something's coming from the darkness. It's quite a cool visual, actually, isn't it?
Or just if I if I could see more incoming, I may have done something different. But I think it's kind of fun that it's what the character can see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing as well, because I do tend to forget just how good my dark vision is.
Oh yeah,
as a dwarf. Right. So what am I pulling
So
out
before
here?
Vanguard does that, we have this big bat attacking Walter. So there's just mostly
sorry.
Walter blocking and fairly elegantly blocking off and fending off its attacks. Which is a shame that you're up here yourself being a badass, Walter. Literally just...
He's still just about visible.
It's one of those moments in a budget TV show where the badass looking warrior goes off camera, you just hear a bunch of sound effects and they walk back covered in whatever they were fighting's blood, and then it pans over and it's just a mess that's left behind. It's like, well, we didn't have the budget to show the fight, sadly. So you just have to imagine.
Oh, you're referring to half the scenes in Angel.
But anyway, Vanger, you're up, buddy.
Yeah, so obviously I can hear the kerfuffle going on over there as well, and if I turn my head a little bit, I can see it. So I'm sure he is making good progress in the impressing. And actually, I'm unlikely to be able to use my my entangly thing, right? So does it make more sense maybe to Shield of Faith?
Who are you asking? Nobody.
That's just the world in general.
As opposed to what? What would your
there's-
alternative be then from Shield of Faith giving
What I
somebody
was
to AC,
hoping
which is good?
was that I could knock one in its ass last turn and then entangle it this turn.
Right.
Which I thought would be a good strategy, but obviously that was relying on it failing the con save.
Mm-hmm. Is Shield of Faith a bonus to cast? I know it's...
I believe it is, yes.
the bonus, yeah.
So which means you could easily have the exact same turn again with Shield of Faith instead of Healing Word, right?
Yeah.
As long as you're
Is
marking
Shield of
off your...
Faith a 30 feet spell? Or is it an on-touch spell?
I think Shield of
It's
Faith
a range.
is 60? Yeah, 60?
It's really good.
It's,
That's
I
generous.
could.
Yeah,
I
it's a great spell.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, you can also still move before you cast.
Still
right?
have, yeah. I
Because
still have the
you could
option
move a
of
couple of feet
casting
up,
it any,
cast
yeah.
it, and walk
The question
back.
is, does Vanger want to put it on the guy who's standing between him and the bats, or the guy who's kind of?
It's
off on
just
his
the image
own?
of Gandalf leaning into the cleric guy and just tapping him on the shoulder. You're doing a great job as he buffs him more to keep him doing a better job. It's not the worst idea, but then yeah.
I think I'm going to. Yeah, I think I'm going to try the sapping sting in the same one again.
Okay, yeah.
Oh no!
Yep. That doesn't hit.
Sod. Well, that's probably what he says. Sod. And I will go. I will cast on Walter, I think. Yes, I'll cast on Walter Shield of Faith. And I will shout over, or semi-shout over to him. just make a note of that. Oh, you're now Walter. Hold off that big bugger as long as you can. We've got incoming. And I will put myself for concentration, and I will not move because I think we should hold this point if possible. Remind me what concentration is.
I'll give you a wee shield for Shield of Faith there, Walter.
Hold on.
Concentration
I will consult the useful.
White face question mark in between the green and the red ones.
This question. There we go.
And I'll add in a Shield of Faith. And it's like 100 ridiculous rounds, so yeah, I'm not even going to track that. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's. And just sort of ready my staff in hand. See. Let's try and make quick work of these. And that's my turn.
Mark off your second first level spell slot, and we will.
Yes, sorry, I don't think I did that.
Okay, and we take a pause there, and we go all the way back to Xerxes.
Oh, okay.
So do you just leave, just walk away from her, or do you continue talking?
Take her.
Of the urchin girl, Falcon.
No, you left her, and then
Right,
I feel like you've deleted the last scene. You get stopped by a pretty looking
Apparently.
woman.
Oh, right. I did delete that scene. Yeah. So after the sultry smile and comment, if she's, what was the last thing she said? Was
You really did just
that she was excited to see me.
delete it all. She was excited to hear what you bring to the performance, given your performance on the square. Is what she said, or at least that was the body of what she said. Then you smiled at her, and she smiled at you, and she had, different types of gemstones for teeth.
Like, it's quite a smile.
She holds the smile, and she says, "And you're quite the performer." And she winks at you.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the right way to word this.
Not how a deer would do it. No offense, a deer buddy.
No. I'll just say I appreciate the compliment, and I hope you enjoy the show. And I'll make my way towards this stage.
You just kind of hear her say as you're leaving, "Oh, I'm sure I will." She takes a corner in the back. She stands, And yeah, so
Cool.
Is that with your performance then? Let's see how well you do for Madame Emerald. There we go. Another good performance. So yeah, you can easily mark off one of the 3 required days for your debt to Madame Emerald, which is good. Anything else you want to get up
2 more
to
days.
while you're over there?
I'll pay a little bit of attention during the performance to the jeweled teeth lady.
Mm-hmm.
Like throw her a wink during it.
Yeah, probably notice that she is looking through the crowd directly at you, obviously, for the entire performance.
Does she look like she's enjoying it? Is that an insight roll?
Yeah, it's an insight roll. She looks like she's enjoying your performance, not necessarily the violin's performance.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So.
How's Falcon holding up?
Well, it's hard to see Falcon over the bar, okay? But a lot of people earlier in the performance were very happy with Falcon's bartending skills until Madame Emerald clearly had to explain that you needed also to get money from people for giving them booze. Because what you taught her in the room was just, you give people booze when they ask for things.
Give people drinks.
Uh-huh.
You know what? Such is the life.
I mean, you gotta
Such
learn.
was the risk.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, like, this is essentially child labour, right? So I don't really want to talk too much about it. It's fine. They're
It's
still
a shame Gregor isn't on because he would understand fully my reference when I'm saying it's just like Club de Mar.
I see. Okay.
Gregor, if you watch this back, that was for you, buddy.
Sunday will clip it, don't worry. Just for Gregor.
Ear gang represent.
Whew. Anyway. But yeah, so anything else you want to get up to in your narrative time while I try and balance this session?
I'll talk to Madame Emerald afterwards.
Yeah.
Make sure everything was up to snuff to her standards.
Okay, so when you say afterwards, are you waiting until everybody's left to have a chat with her? Or are you going to chat to people before
Just when
everybody
the
leaves? Or just during? Like after the performance immediately?
during. Yeah, once the performance is done.
Okay. Yeah, so you can head up to her.
Mhm.
And as soon as you like approach, before you even get to even open your mouth, she goes, "That boy you got me, it's just giving away free booze. You'll be paying for that."
How much did she give away?
She just looks down at the girl, and Falcon just looks up at you, like, I don't know, I did wrong. She said you told her to give away free booze.
I must have missed that step in my training lesson.
Mm-hmm. Well, and she just kind of like whips you with her towel. Or the rag that is serving as a towel for now.
Madame Emerald.
She says, "It'll be 5 gold.
And how much do I make for tonight?
Make you get free stay. One of the finest rooms." Whips you again.
Very well, I'll toss her the 5 gold. It's so much more fun to play Xarxus. He does not care as much about money as Theo.
And yeah, so she takes the money. She goes, "Well, is that you done for the night, or are you doing more? It is getting late."
I think I'm quite finished for the night. Art cannot be overused. You must understand.
This one, where does it go?
Talking about Falcon.
Of course.
She was on the streets.
A look crosses Madame Emerald's face for the briefest of seconds, and then she looks at you, and then looks at Falcon, and she says, "I suppose you're paying for her to stay here as well then? Can't have her on the streets now."
How much for a room? Or is she included in our deal?
She takes like a
It would make
stretch
it easier for me.
backwards where she leans back, and she says, "Your room is big enough for 2, but no, you can pay for her to stay. I'll make her bed up somewhere." She looks at you distrustingly.
What say you, Falcon? Are you alright with staying here for the night?
Just hear the
For a few nights?
the wipe of her nose against her velvet sleeve, and then just looks at you. Goes, "I guess so."
Well, that's that.
Goes, "Well, with 5
How much?
silver, I'll put her up somewhere, and I'll feed her as well. 5 silver." Just taps the desk again.
Done.
Yep. So pass over the money. Obviously, pay Falcon for her shift. And yeah, Madame Emerald goes and makes her up a bed in the storeroom. So she's actually got somewhere to sleep.
Oh.
So anything else?
Straight up adopting this girl. She's cost me way more money than she's worth, but that's alright.
Wow.
That's what children do.
Yeah. That is literally their purpose in life, is to cost
The
money.
Victorians are the way around that, but
No, it's... Colin. So anyway,
I didn't endorse the workhouses.
I was no, it's because I nearly said something on stream I really didn't want to.
Oh, that's fine.
Yes.
Is Jeweled Teeth still here?
Sure. I'll type it in chat though, so we can talk about it. But anyway.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It's why I did not say that on stream. Yep.
You'd have got sued.
Yikes.
Meanwhile. Yep. So if anyone wants to know the joke, my highest tier Patreon is that one. To get access to our sense of humor unfiltered. The unabridged edition. Anyway, so Xerxes, yeah, you go looking for the pretty lady.
Jeweled Teeth, yeah.
Yeah.
Do I find her?
Sure, why not?
So, what did you think of the show, Miss... ...
She smiles. What light there is in this, I wouldn't say dingy, but not exactly upbeat place. Glimmers off them. Almost like kind of, light from a fire. It's probably most of it is candlelight and or an actual fire. And she smiles at you and she says, I thought you performed very well. She kind of looks up into your eyes.
Did she not? Alright. Well, thank you. Name's Xerxes, if you didn't already hear. And I hold out my hand to shake.
Yeah, and she, lays her hand in your hand. And she says, Xerxes is such an interesting name. And just kind of smiles and then, withdraws her hand gently.
So I assume it's clear she's not answering.
I mean, did she answer?
Or like on purpose?
I mean, don't know. Maybe she just decided to sidestep the question. Maybe she did that deliberately. Maybe she just forgot. You can ask her again.
No, I won't. I won't push it. Let's see. What's your plan for the rest of the night?
Just goes, I'm visiting the city. I was hoping to see as much of it as I can while I'm here.
Oh, are you in town for the wedding?
She smiles and she goes, I am in town because of the wedding, yes.
Well, perhaps you need a local to show you around.
Is that what you are? And she smiles again.
In fact, gotta remember whatever pitiful background I had given Xerxes. Yeah, I'm a bit of a local.
And she kind of she arches her arm and she goes, well, you're more local than I am. And she, for you to like hoop into it, if you will.
Accept it.
Mm-hmm. He goes, where are you showing me first?
There's a lovely tavern church.
Just out of one pub into another pub. It's the best Xerxes can do in town. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I only know these like 3 places: the tavern, church, the library, Lord Toten's, and then my place.
So where would
quote,
you like?
Unquote mine.
Where do you think would be, like, let's say it was a generic city with a lot of things available. Where would you like to take her? Just because I've not mentioned other places.
Well, yeah.
I mean, we mentioned cafes. You know they exist.
Yeah, I mean a cafe.
Okay, yeah, you can head that way. As you're heading for the door, she gets her like heavy, very deep maroon robe, puts it over herself, flicks up her hood, and you and her leave arm in arm, and we just see with the tea towel, angrily scrubbing the inside of a tankard as her, her brow furrows as she looks at the door. Falcon drawing daggers with her eyes as you both leave. And we cut back to the fight. So,
does anyone follow us out? Like any potential bodyguards that this?
I know.
obviously Noble has.
No.
Okay.
So, flea bite combat.
Can I have a rule clarification? Can a small creature attack a large creature through a medium creature?
No.
I mean, if I stand somewhere around here, can I hit whatever's over here and not hit these guys?
You can, but it'll get some cover, and that's it. Based on that, because if you're standing like next to Vanger and you're drawing a line that way to like there, like it's getting cover from the person bigger than you and the bit of the wall. But yeah, it's just a slightly tougher shot. That's all. But it's still doable, and you won't like randomly hit this person.
Even though it is a large.
Yeah, because a wall is still a problem for you.
It wouldn't have been a problem.
I mean, I was gonna say this wall's a problem for you.
But if I still had sharpshooter,
yeah, but guess what? You don't, because you made your character more interesting.
My own decisions. How would I have known the consequences?
Imagine.
Not the consequence of my own decision. Why don't you just keep on shooting this fucker?
Yeah, because this seems to have it sorted.
I mean,
this
sure,
is called
he's
Walter.
alone there.
Just so you
That's an
know.
admission. That's an admission of my superior skill.
Isn't it in a way?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
No.
I didn't mean to.
Maybe if it's
thought for a
filled up. Maybe if it's got a full blood meal, it can't fly. You know. In that case, I
Did you just say in that case? Because that's what I heard.
In bat caves.
In that case.
In bat caves, Fleabite shall take a okay, well, yeah, Fleabite is going to cast a spell. You know, shock horror.
I'm shocked. Is this an attack rolly spell? Because you definitely want to step out if it is.
No.
Okay, cool.
Take the thing.
Of course.
This one.
Oh yeah.
And then we'll.
Pip yourself with something that reflects that. It ain't concentration, but just something that I know is on. Add it into our chat.
Then I think Fleabite will move to. What did we have as a good like tip?
We had the big fat guy, is what we had the last time. If we're gonna stay consistent, fat green guy. Yep.
And
No, we talk about. I don't have a good joke.
Good.
and I guess yeah, I guess there's no way around it. Just like stow my sling, and I'll have to draw my the next time.
You could drop the sling and then draw daggers this time, though.
Then I wouldn't have them.
Or you could go back and pick them up at some point. Right? But it is almost like 6.5 dozen, right?
Like to just move there, and yeah.
So you want
Yes,
to
that
move
would be
in and
my-
move back, or you only want to have moved that far in the first place?
I mean, sure, I'll take the disengage bonus action, move there, move back.
Like, what is the move for? What are we doing?
I just didn't want to actually be in
Right.
straight away.
Okay, so you only move.
I can't make the
there.
attack this turn anyway.
Okay, cool. Okay, we're good. Walter, you've been joined by a small pack of rats.
Yay.
Pack implies there's more than one. And we all know that flea bite is
There is.
alone in the whole world.
I mean, you see 4 flea bites, so yeah.
That's still just one flea bite. It's just 4 of them. He's
Um,
still alone technically.
Wow.
That's what's really sad.
So it's not a
Okay,
witch hunter,
so
it's a bit like a bitchy hunter, is what you are. Okay, I hear you.
this is all just player at this point.
Of course, yeah. Player shade, yep.
Oh no, a low roll for my attack.
Yep.
And I'm just gonna go gain.
That hits.
Does a 23
Mhm,
hit? It hits. Yeah. He's still not dead. Is this thing looking like inconvenienced?
I mean, it looked inconvenienced when it flew to you. But yeah, it doesn't look great. You have done a significant amount of damage to it, so it doesn't look great.
There we go. 8 extra damage.
Nice. Dueling style is so nice, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I do have a shield, so at least it's better to get consistent damage output for that. And now that I've got a shield of faith, thanks, Vanguard. That helps.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Are you divine smiting into that at all? Or are you leaving it as is?
I am going to save my spell slots.
No worries, no problemo. And Bayon. 2 seconds. I'm going to assume you're not going to make any moves, so.
Nope.
Right, so this one that I totally forgot about last time moves in. So your trigger happens, Samuel.
I was wondering if there was a reason I hadn't moved.
Arguably, yous hadn't done anything, so it didn't need to, but also, I also forgot, because I was too busy moving the other one. So mostly bat problems. There we go. So, Toll of the Dead, I need to make a save. What's your spell save DC, buddy? You're muted, by the way, Samuel. FYI. Because we can't hear you.
I forgot to unmute. 15.
15. Put in DC 15
Yeah.
for me. Just to get into the habit of doing that for me so that I can, and just into chat.
Around these parts, we call that the Nico special.
Yeah. Just the curse, really, quite frankly. What is this? This is a wisdom one, isn't it? Wisdom. Okay.
Yeah.
This'll go well. Boom! It did go well.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Wise bat. I mean, not really, because it's a +1 mod.
I mean, it was obviously very wise because it decided to, wait.
Simply
a turn.
not be told.
Yes. Literally not be told. And stop reading their mods. How dare you?
I would never read a mod.
Don't make me start doing 1 point of damage every
I
time somebody
didn't-
reads their mods.
Ryan, I didn't read it. There's only one number it could be.
Yep. Stop reading their mods.
I saw the green.
Unpip yourself, buddy, Samuel.
Yeah, cool.
And then this other one moves in, and it is gonna fly over that, its buddy, and go here,
Quite disgusting, really, that it would do that.
and then it's gonna have a go at Vanger.
But before it does that, can it take 1d4 necrotic damage?
As your reaction, it definitely can.
Yes.
Do you want to do
Okay,
the
let me roll a d4.
paste in what you're using as well?
Oh yeah, of course. Sorry.
Okay.
Let me. The Halo Spore.
Okay. And let me maneuver this so I can actually affect this thing's goddamn health. Goddamn spore druid. And whabam. I have made assumptions.
It did
Oh,
hit.
I forgot about this.
Yes.
I don't like it.
You did necrotic to it, it does necrotic to you. Everybody has a party of necrotic.
19. Weak. So I am on 20.
Aren't you necrotic resistant? No, or am I just making that up?
7. I am not. No.
I thought you gave that to the spores, don't you? But
The spores should protect me. In this case, they won't. Do I take a thingy bobber for?
So we've got a whole bunch of things to go through, right? So yeah, we'll do your concentration check, right? So it's still a DC 10 at the moment because 19 is still not enough to make it go higher yet.
Right. Let me try and remember how I do that again.
It's just a con save. It's a concentration con.
I do that with advantage. Does that work?
I don't know. Do you? Do you have anything that lets you?
Inspiration.
Yes, that will let you.
I'm glad I did. Unpip.
Perfectus. So you don't have to lose concentration on your shields. And now you need to do. Right, so you are apparently grappled, and until this grapple ends, the target is restrained, and luckily this is your bat now. Right, this is very much your bat. So where is the grappled one? It's a red thing of some kind. That's disarmed.
And restraints just can't move, right?
It's on that cheat sheet.
Oh. Which
You-
I
so
do
you're
still have open.
Grappled.
You're restrained. You're restrained. Your speed becomes 0, and you can't benefit from any bonus to speed. You have disadvantage on attack rolls. Advantage roll against you and disadvantage. Dexterity saves.
Yeah. And I'll just undo that necrotic damage you did to it. Just nice.
Features are quite dangerous.
Yep. They are indeed. That is that, yep, and then is Samuel's turn.
Cool. Going to do Spirit Guardians,
Nice.
which should have come up. Yeah.
I'll pop that in so they actually are in the turn order. Go.
So that
Right, so I'll fix this for you so that we've got this. Right, 2 wee seconds because this gets a bit jank. Let's see. People that can be designated, you can only see Vanger out of your team, right? So luckily, you can designate him. But the other two will be affected because you can't see them through the bat. Make sense? And Spirit Guardians only affects things that you designate any number of creatures you can see to be unaffected by. I'm going to assume you want Vanger not to be blended by your Spirit Guardians.
Yep.
Still your call, but yeah. 2 seconds to I get that. It is a square, and it is, what's the radius of this supposedly? It is 15 feet, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
15.
15 radius.
Let us make this a red circle, and if I hit save, does everybody see that? I know radiuses in this work better as squares, annoyingly.
See it on stream, not on.
I can see the red squares, yeah, on Roll20.
Okay, but other people can't apparently. Okay,
Let me
interesting.
refresh.
Oh yeah, I see it on stream now.
But not on your own.
Did refreshing help?
I'm still waiting on it to refresh. It's being very slow. Right. Hold on.
That's why I was reticent to do it.
I don't think I've got a button that makes it visible anymore because there used to be a way to make it. Wait a minute. I'll just tick this. There we go. I'll just change this setting. There you go.
Zoom out and scroll down. There we go.
Now.
Change the setting. It's fine. They changed the layout of that side of the token management, so here we are. But yes, so only people safe by this. So you're concentrating. That's good. It lasts for 10 minutes, so I don't have to care about tracking that. You've marked off a spell slot. You'll pip.
So the things you can see on Roll20 are those the things your character can see? Because it stops where the light isn't for me.
So that bat blocks your vision, right?
Oh, it's that. Okay. Cool.
So the only person you can see, as I said, is Vanger. Because even if the bat wasn't there, you'd be able to... I think you can make out the other two? If the bat wasn't there? Yeah, you'd be able to see the other two if the bat wasn't there. But it is blocking
Yeah,
your view.
you're going to see roll 20. I could, yeah. Cool.
It's because the bat physically on roll 20 does not block your vision. Otherwise, the lighting would be a fucking nightmare.
Oh, no, I get that. I was just confirming that, yeah.
Yep, that's fine.
Got it.
So I've picked both you two because you are safe from this.
Yay.
Right now, the
Cool.
timing of Spirit Guardians is a bit jank. So give me 2 seconds to remind myself exactly what the ruling on this is.
Is that the start of their turn?
Yeah, I was going to say
Or
it's-
when... Right.
if they walk into it or start their turn in it, isn't it? Yeah, cool. We'll deal with
Exactly, yeah.
That's what most things
it.
are.
You'll need to remind me as well if I forget, but don't worry, I'm sure you will. Right, so you've marked off a spell slot, and
Yeah, and they go straight after me anyway, so that'll be fine.
no, they go before you.
It's the other bat next.
Oh, you didn't put... Right, cool. I hadn't seen the red ones as separate. I thought they were just one of the same
No,
one.
they were separate, but they were hidden up until now.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep.
Quick, and then...
There are 3 bats. A reference to noted thought leader, 3 bats.
So, besides what
and then
Colin's spouted,
for my bonus action,
yep. Mm-hmm.
is going to do Healing Word on Vanguard.
You can't.
Thank you. Oh no.
You've already used a spell slot this turn. You can't use 2.
Alright, it's if you use a
Yeah.
cantrip.
Yeah,
Spell
so
this as
you
well.
only get 1 use regardless of action economy. Even if I gave you 100 actions to use this turn, you can only use 1 spell slot on your turn.
Yeah, that's what I just said. It has to be a cantrip.
Yep.
So yeah, that's cool.
I would love Healing Word to be a cantrip, even if it only gave you 1 health. I would accept that, because that would be the best.
The best.
Anything else you want to do with your bonus? Any bonus cantrips? There aren't many.
What's that? Oh, cantrips.
I'm just saying it. Do
There's
you have
not-
anything else you want to do on your bonus?
Oh, no.
Turn done then? Yep. Happily done.
Yeah.
Cool. Right. Big bat. And then obviously on Walter, wabam. Nope. And wabam. Nope. It's not doing so good, is it? Really? This, poor big bat.
It's in a cramped space, okay?
Wenger.
Right. So, did you see the thing on thingy on Twitch? Put through for
2 seconds. I did not, because if I tab out of the browser, it doesn't update. Let me go hit the button that says yes to that.
Good.
You have been yesed. There we go.
because there's 0 way that I'm going to use the spell that I'm going to use with disadvantage. So I say it using advantage will cancel out
It depends what you're trying to do.
disadvantage.
Well, if you tell me through what you're trying to do.
So what I want to do is inflict wounds,
Okay, makes sense. It's a good spell.
and because it's got me grappled and it's an attack roll, I would therefore be disadvantaged in casting it, correct?
Yeah, so like grappled obviously just says speed is 0, can't benefit from bonuses. It ends if the grappler is incapacitated in some way, and then you're restrained by being grappled, and the restrained condition is disadvantage on attack rolls. They have advantage on you, and dexterity saves have disadvantage. So yeah, nothing about not being able to cast spells. But it is disadvantage, knocked back up to a normal roll with advantage.
Right.
So it's just a normal roll.
So I'm
Would
going
it
to
stop
cast-
you? Would it
Sorry?
stop you from doing semantic? Or some
Somatic.
yeah, that one. Like hand gestures.
Semantic is what it should say,
Yeah,
to be honest.
Yeah.
Somatic or verbal.
It doesn't say it.
I
It
don't think
says
it would, but even if it did,
Okay.
because my staff is a thingy, a focus, I should be fine either way. I think.
it doesn't stop you making attacks with like arguably a greatsword in your hand. So
Yeah. So
that's my way of looking
Oh,
at
okay.
it, right? Like if you can swing a greatsword
Okay.
while being grappled, then yeah.
okay. So
You should
I
be able to
am
make some Naruto hand movements.
Yeah.
going to expend my advantage to make this not disadvantage. And I am going to cast a level 2, I think.
Should go bigger.
Inflict wounds.
Should just go bigger.
Ah, that's
Oh,
not
well.
what I meant to do. Oh wait, it's on hit, isn't it? You select a level, or is it something?
It is, yes. When you click the damage, so
Did that hit?
is a hit. Yeah.
I know already, mate.
Nice. That's big damage, buddy.
It's something.
26.
And
that's good.
Other than that, what can I do really? Is there anything else I can do here?
Had you not done that, you could have tried to get out, but that's just a DC 13 strength, is it not? Or sorry, it'd be athletics. Sorry, I think, or acrobatics. I think strength or acrobatics to get out. Yeah, DC. Yeah, but you have used your action to do so with inflict wounds, and I think that was a better choice personally because.
Honestly, I was swithering about using level 3 and just trying to kill it in one, but I didn't trust myself to get the rolls I need.
It's also tricky because you're trying to mitigate advantage and disadvantage as well. Like it is iffy, but it's fine. You've got the blender up because Samuel, what does your spirit guardians look like that have filled the cave around you two?
That's a good question.
I see for this tiny little bolts of lightning.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, place is kind of filled with like some kind of mini storm. I like it.
You're probably neutral or goodish.
Like they're like fighting with the spores.
I just think it would be very funny if they were like horrific little twisted imps. Like, oh wait.
It's like, wait a minute, maybe I'm not so bad.
Because alignment is garbage. It's like you cast a protective spell and people look around and go, wait a minute, that's an evil version of the protective spell. Anyway, yeah, Matt, it's very much my turn over.
Okay,
Rip.
cool. Fleabite.
I would like to redeem some.
Yep, you can tell the people that watch my channel a lot. Yep, let's go for it. Yep. Why not?
Draw my packed weapon.
Yeah. Single-handed or two-handed?
Two-handed, I think. I'm trying to remember what was the thing we were using for that.
It's like the 3 cross blades. Oh, that specifically matters. Yeah.
Move up 1, and then I would like to use my green flame blade cantrip.
Okay, yeah. With advantage.
Now,
I
yes.
Okay.
If you can do that.
You can. It's an attack roll. Yeah, you can spend inspiration to get advantage on an attack roll.
I added it to my thing, but because it was me doing it, it's probably not done properly. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll find out. Did you add it manually, or did you drag and drop?
Yeah, manually.
Oh dear. Why wouldn't you just drag and drop it?
I didn't know you could do that.
I'm fairly certain the drag and drop is some form of suplex. That would have been funnier if I'd actually not mangled the word some.
Okay, so talk me through this. You are rolling your... Is it Dex to attack with this spell?
That was the implication I got from reading all the...
Right, okay, so let's just go fix this, because this is what we file under admin.
I actually did this quite a while ago.
Yeah, it makes it worse that you've not told me.
I did tell you last week. You said, "Have you added your spells?" And I said, "Yes."
Yeah, you never told me.
Nothing further was. I didn't know there was an option.
You did. You 100% did. I have went over it a million times. But anyway.
I didn't remember that there was an option.
That's fair.
Oh dear. Right, what does the official one do? Let's see. Okay, so that's in there, and then I'm just going to click this. And nope, I'm not going to do it there apparently. I'm going to go back to the core page. Click it at the bottom. So let's see. If I click that and highlight it, yeah, it still seems to care about your dex. So I think you're good, buddy. So it should be plus from dex. So 3, 3, and 1. Is that what yours got? I think it was, wasn't it? 3, 3, 1? 3, 3, and 1. Yeah, perfect. Looks like you did it well, buddy.
Now, we'll see. Does that hit?
The one you rolled, the 26. Yes, you should know that because you know the 23s have hit. So click on Green Flame Blade.
Well, I click the one, like the last one.
No, I click on yours. We'll see what happens.
Okay, we'll see.
Okay, and what is that rolling?
And can I add sneak attack? Damn it.
I'm gonna click mine now. Is it the same maths? I think it is the same maths. Yeah, and yeah, you can add sneak attack. Just roll the dice manually. Nope. There we go. So, what we're looking at there, 11 damage total for you?
11.
Yep. Nicely done.
Piercing and fire.
Nice. So, these, what? Where's there more? Okay, it's fine. So, this little rat runs up with his 3 brothers. They all draw these dual daggers, you know, and then just stab this thing as it bursts into green fire. Yep.
Yeah.
Not a Disney villain at all with the colour scheme Fleabite has. But not bad.
I like to think that it was like sequential, so it's just like a stab, 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 stab as each copy does it.
And anything else, buddy? Or is that Fleabite?
I think that's probably a. You know what? I will disengage and take a step back.
Okay. I did click to move. But there we go. Walter.
Time for double rapier.
All the way across the sky.
That's a terrible failure.
It's the warm-up shot, though, isn't it?
Indeed. For another terrible failure.
Alas.
Yay!
Alas, it is not to be.
I'm distracted by green flame wielding dagger rats. You're a little gutter runner with 2 green bladed daggers.
That's
Sets them
far
on
too
fire.
good for a gutter runner.
For legal reasons, he is a Fleabite. But yes,
Yeah.
very much inspired
You're
by
a rat assassin with green blades.
friend only to the wolves.
Oh, tripping.
Anything else, Walter?
Not for me.
No problemo. Okay, so I think we're gonna start with the damage I need to take, right? Because that's a thing that happens. So, do you wanna roll this round's damage for me, please, Samuel?
Here you go.
So you click on it from your attacks page, like on the middle of the where your Warhammer and stuff would be. Should be in there. Perfect. Oh, you don't need to do it twice. It's just once you do it. Yeah, because it's the aura that does the damage, as opposed to individually. So.
Oh yeah, I just did that thing where I thought of that as I was doing it.
No worries, that's okay. So wisdom save for half, isn't it? Because they take damage regardless because it's a spell slot. That's fine. This was a 2nd level spell at a 2nd level slot, or is it a 3rd level spell at a 3rd level slot? It was 3rd, wasn't it? A 3rd. That's fine.
The 3rd.
It was just in case you'd upcast it earlier. That was all. But that's fine.
Yeah.
So I need to do 2 saves. They are wisdom saves. left and right. Well, full damage to each. Nicely done.
Nice.
Yeah, so it is 8 damage to each of those. And do you want to describe the colour of the damage? So that Vanguard can either relax or tense up.
There'll be the little motes floating around, and it'll probably be blue, like little pieces of lightning kind of sparking over their bodies. Whenever hit.
Cool. Cool.
Rightio. So the one at Samuel is going to be perturbed, I think is the technical term, and have a bite at him. Wabam! It does nothing.
Nope.
And then we get advantage on this next one.
Oh, fuck off.
Wabam!
Yep.
This is not on you, Samuel. This is on
it's
Vanguard.
on me.
Oh, sorry. This
That's a hit. That'd have been a hit either way. I take 12 here. Oof, I am on 15 healthy points.
And then a concentration check. DC 10 as per
Of
usual.
course,
Yep.
Just do an actual con check.
Oh, just! Nice, the shield remains. I mean,
Thanks, buddy.
now here's my gripe. That isn't actually... Is it the same value as the save button? Because that ain't a save, that's a con check you've done.
Is that a con check?
There is a
Sorry.
save button.
Wait.
Is it the same value?
Save button. Where's the save button?
Mm-hmm.
On the same value, yeah, 3.
That's fine. I'll leave it as is, but it's the
Yeah,
save I want
sorry.
from
I
now on. It's okay.
always
It's
forget.
okay. That's fine. It's just in case if you've got stuff that gives you bonuses to it from items and stuff, it won't affect a con check. It'll only affect the save on the sheet. So push the right buttons. It's fine. But that's fine if this is an inconsequential for now. But there are save buttons for a reason, folks. For those of you not too familiar with the sheets,
that's
which are
fair.
you most of the new people here. So that is them done their thing. Anything else we need to resolve for you, buddy, other than you being double grappled? I think that's about it, really, isn't it? I've resolved what I need to.
I think we're. For fuck's sake.
There you go. Samuel,
Um,
it's your turn.
Oh, going to
Don't worry about it for
that.
light, you can't see anything.
Oh, I forgot about the. That's fine.
What did you forget about, sorry?
It's fine. It's just the reaction, but it's 1d4 damage. It's not exactly worth worrying about.
When would that have happened?
The start of their turn, but as I say, I forgot about it. I don't have to use it. It's fine.
That's fine, okay.
Cool.
Yep, you go.
We'll toll the dead on the one attacking Vanguard.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Which... Give me a sec, can you get my sheet up again?
Alright.
The way the screen is, I can't see what's happening and my sheet at the same time.
Oh man.
Remember,
Yeah,
if you double click the bar at the top, it will minimize it to a grey bar.
Yeah. That's not in my attack one, so if I go to the spell sheet.
Yeah, because it's a save on my part, right? So it's a wisdom save and it's DC 15 from memory. So.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
19. Cool.
They don't have save buttons. Some enemies have save buttons, so they'll look different. Just in case people have gripes on my commentary about Vanguard's role.
Cool.
So, yep.
And because of the cantrip, I think I should be able to then use Healing Word on him.
Yes, because that's a bonus action.
Yay,
and also
thank you.
a spell slot. Yep.
Yeah.
And you can upcast it, remember, if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be going to.
What spell slot?
What's upcast?
Yeah, cool.
Probably do it second level for now.
Sure, yeah.
Hearing your actual hit points, are you looking bloodied, I assume?
Well, yeah. I obviously it'd be a bit meta to say, but yeah, he is definitely. You would be able to tell he's had the shit kicked out of him, or bitten out of him, rather.
If he was a Capri Sun, someone has got it pretty flat looking. Yeah.
if I were a Capri Sun, I'd look like one that a child has made like 9 attempts unsuccessfully to pierce with the straw. And then eventually pierced it with the straw, but pierced it the whole way through rather than just piercing partially in so you could actually drink from it.
If anyone doesn't know what a Capri Sun is, we're not going to explain that. So...
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's probably not a reference everyone can get, but that's.
But here we are.
Well, that's 8 points of healing for you.
It's 10.
Thank you.
You upcast it.
Oh, 10. Yeah.
So just above that, Samuel, the 8, you've got the higher level cast. Same for damage, folks. If you upcast things, it puts it in this other bar.
Yep.
Right. I mark off a second level spell slot, Samuel, and then... I mean, those bats were kind of garbage that turn, so that's fine. Anything else, Samuel? I assume you're not moving.
We'll be moving.
Okay. I mean, you could move that 1 square up, and that would be it, and nothing bad would happen. In terms of no reactions would happen, but yeah, I assume you're staying.
But like, even though it's obviously not work because you can fly over each other, still like the idea of blocking the entrance way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's big enough for them to get over each other, unfortunately. Right. Big bat. Let's see. Son Walter, wabam. And wabam. Isn't that what I rolled last time?
Yeah.
Man. I guess her dice just decided at the start, then, Cameron, what we were allowed to get up here, right? And that's it. That's everything we are allowed up here.
My shield's feeling kind of redundant at the moment.
It won't one day. Right, so I guess it's just gonna, flap about a bit there. Vanger, it's your go, buddy.
It's the final countdown. Maybe it is. Who knows? Right. Could try and struggle free.
Yeah, just depends if what you need to do requires that. Remember, if you can make them do saves instead of having to rely on attack rolls, then you don't need to worry about being grappled. Which is the nice upside of certain spells. Like Toll the Dead, if you were grappled, it wouldn't matter, right?
It's true. But it does mean they have advantage in attacks against me.
Yes, which would be good to get rid of. But it is your action as well. Unless you've got ways to do,
I think what I'm going to do is, as a bonus action, I'm going to physician heal thyself.
Okay.
Right,
so is this a healing word, is it?
How did you know Ryan?
How did I know Ryan? Well, we go way back.
Yes, you've known him your whole life. I think I'm going to just go ham on it and level 3 that.
Sure.
It could have been better.
But it's still healing.
So yeah, so 35 health. I just typed 25 again. Why did I do that? And oh yeah, so should make a note on self and use an action to try and escape. What test is that?
So strength or acrobatic is it athletics, or acrobatics, and it's a DC 13.
Is it a save or a check? No, sorry, of course it's not, because you just said it's athletics or acrobatics. I'm sorry, my brain doesn't work.
It's a check, yeah.
I'm going to try and athletics. Oh no.
Nope, but you do start the struggle, right? Wobble a bit.
Yep. Guys, that's my turn.
And we go back to the top initiative, and we take a break there, because we are at break time. And we'll probably come back on Xerxes, to be perfectly honest. So, it is... According to me, it's 12 minutes past 9 here, so let's come back at 22 minutes past 9, and we will jump on break for everybody else. 2 seconds, I'll put it on there. See you in a bit, folks.
Perfect.
And we are unmuted. Hopefully, you can confirm with the stream, ideally. As it hopefully confirms. But who knows? Maybe it doesn't. Anyway, though, welcome back to the Invasion Part 2 of Session 31. Had to think there. It is the 9th of December 2020. I'm Ryan, the GM. Here are the players.
My name's Dylan, and I'm playing a changeling bard who is currently Xarxus.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
I'm Bryn, and I'm playing Samuel, the human child of the storm.
I am Colin. I'll be playing Vanger, the dwarf priest, cleric, druid type
Capri-Sun.
thing. Capri. Here come the sun.
Good song.
Cameron, I'm playing Walter the Witch Hunter.
Excellent. The Shade Thrower. Yep, perfect. Okay, so opening back up on Xarxus and this mysterious lady as you found your way to an evening cafe. You know, it's probably chilly, etc. So, but she says we should sit on the balcony overlooking the square.
What a marvelous idea.
So yeah, these are there. You sat at the table.
Get our drinks and such.
What do you order?
Tea.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think of Evershade?
And she kind of like adjusts her cloak over her shoulders. Arguably, it's hard to say if she adjusted it to be warmer or more revealing. And she sits back in the chair, still fairly upright, and she looks over to the square and she says, "So far I've found it quite alluring." And she kind of like wistfully looks out over the square as if taking in what she can see from where you are sat.
And where are you from?
And then she smiles and goes, "Does the accent not give it away then?" She just, sips. I assume you got tea for two, did you? Or did you just order yourself tea?
What accent does she have?
I mean, do you want to roll history and we'll see if you can pick it out? It definitely seems much further eastern than what, or western I should say, I guess, if they're the same compass points. Really far east, or shorter west. It seems like it's a Valerian, the accent, which is from the country of Valeria, to which there's mostly one city called Runestad. You may have met the King of Runestad.
Yes. Richter von Rune.
Yeah. Yep. My OG character, yeah.
I'd very much resist saying Victor.
Don't worry about it. What is his name?
I'd say, I had picked up a slight Valerian accent, but I didn't want to assume.
And she just smiles back and she says, "And yourself, how are you finding your stay in Evershade?" She sips more tea.
Yeah. It's kind of homey in a way for me.
And she kind of looks at you and goes, "In a way?"
I'm not native, but I have always felt like I belong here.
And she kind of she sits quiet, just kind of staring, taking you in.
Well, the aristocracy here is kind enough to supply me with enough work that I can get by pretty well. Well enough at least. What do you do?
She smiles and she says, "Is getting by enough? However, surely you wish to thrive at whatever you do."
Yes, it's true. I could definitely use more business, but
And what is your business?
I work for a somewhat underground organization.
I see. Are they dwarven?
And yours? No, they are not dwarven.
She laughs. And then she says, "Me, however, I am, how would you put it, a lady of leisure."
Oh,
And she looks at you and raises an eyebrow and goes, "Oh, indeed," and sips her tea.
were you raised leisurely? Or is this a newfound thing?
She smiles and says, "It's a very polite way of asking a very personal question."
Well, I would politely like to know more about you.
I see. Specifically, what would you like to know?
Well, first, could I get your name?
She smiles and goes, "Can I have yours?"
I already gave it.
I'm sure you may have convinced yourself of that. And she just starts like running her middle finger around the edge of the cup. And she looks back
Raises
up
an
at you.
eyebrow. I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about.
Then neither
Is
do
that a
I.
deception roll?
I mean, if you want to, yeah, go for it.
Or does it even matter?
Like, you can roll anyway if you want, but yeah, like she's already just said,
Yeah,
yeah, go for it, why not?
actually, can I roll insight to see what she's...
Yeah.
Hey.
So, what is it you're looking to interpret based on her behavior?
So, what she's referencing, I guess, like...
I mean, the implication is that she knows that you've just given her a bullshit name.
Okay.
Right? That is the implication.
What else she knows, right? Like, essentially,
well,
does she
insight
know
sadly isn't telepathy. So, unfortunately, you're only going to get so much from that. But I don't mind if you ask me questions I can answer.
And I assume that's too much.
Oh, telepathy is not what insight is capable of.
Okay.
So asking somebody what they know is not good, but how they behave and what it reveals, sure, right? But yeah, you pretty much yeah, go for it.
If I may suggest, so obviously,
please do.
You would have gathered from her behaviour that she suspects you're not being straight about your identity, but maybe she's saying something or doing something in her body language that would suggest that she just thinks that's because you're sort of theatrical and roguish, or is she sort of saying it in a way that pertains to something deeper? Like, has she guessed at your true nature? I mean, I don't know that you would get that, but maybe in a good role you might be able to intuit. She's quite serious about this versus
maybe it flashes back to that moment
toying
where
with me a bit.
You asked her if she enjoyed the performance, and she said she enjoyed your performance. And maybe you read deeper into that statement now. And we flash all the way back to now. You know?
You're quite a perceptive lady, miss.
And she lifts the teacup up and clinks it off yours. And she says, "It's always good to be aware of one's surroundings and those who fill them."
I must say I was not expecting such an insightful conversation. You've caught me off guard slightly.
She smiles and goes, "Do you need to be on your guard in every shoot?"
She said, "Do I need to be on my guard?"
Yeah, in every shoot.
So yeah.
And she kind of playfully looks around as if looking for, signs of trouble.
It's simply more convenient that way.
And yet you wish to thrive here. Curious.
Who is it so wrong to wish to thrive with a false identity?
And she says,
especially when the one that you have puts you at such a disadvantage. Or the one you were born with, I say.
Okay. She kind of smiles and she says, "I find that life is what we choose to forge for ourselves, and if a new identity is what suits you, then is it truly false?" She sips the last of her tea.
Then, once again, I extend my hand and I say, "The name's Cass. Nice to meet you."
She smiles, and she picks up your hand and this time gives you an actual handshake. And she says, "Cynthia." And she smiles again, and we cut all the way over to the fight again.
Mm-hmm.
And it is because some people may or may not know who this is.
Some people weren't in the game at that point, but can bloody well guess, is all I'm saying.
So, Fleabite, it's your turn.
I think, I think Fleabite reckons, moldy spellcasty thingy, weird thing. It looks like it's in a bit of trouble.
I mean, you can see. You could maybe see his feet dangling. Probably, yeah. Fair.
And the random heels haven't been happening. So.
Yep.
He's also probably heard some. Jesus. Well, not Jesus, because in fact, you know what? Jesus could just be the name of a minor dwarven god of inconvenience. There you go.
Carpentry, arguably.
Or that, or also an option.
What?
And then I think I will do my new favorite cantrip again.
Yeah.
I think we need him. How I'm actually becoming Skaven and repeating it. If Fleabite pokes the bat particularly hard, does that give a chance to release the grappling?
If the bat is incapacitated, it will release him.
Yeah, if you can down the damn thing some way, be that by killing it or literally just downing it.
Then I'd like to redeem some triumph to get some inspiration.
Sure.
Can I see Fleabite entering the area of my spell, though?
You can't, but it doesn't matter. It happens automatically. So I need you to do the damage for me on Fleabite.
Well, that's just what I meant. If I could see him, I could yell, "Don't enter this."
You probably can't from where
No.
actually. Alas. This is a new turn, so do you want to roll it for this turn?
Yeah. And it's 15.
It's not came to me yet. Maybe I'm at a delay. There we go. It's came through now. Perfect. Oofed.
A wisdom save. That's unlikely to happen.
Give it a go though. It is a save.
Wisdom, that's okay.
There you go, buddy. Well, it's the 4, right? Because it's not advantage.
The first one.
Yeah, so it's a 4. So it's 15 damage you take. You're not in any way resistant to radiant, are you?
I feel like I should be almost vulnerable, but thankfully I'm not.
So you walk into the field of lightning, and it hurts you, and the cloud hurts Fleabite, So add your damage in there. I mean, arguably you can now probably hear Fleabite scream in pain, Samuel. So yeah, if you wanted to shout something back to him, you could now.
Also, like that, I was going to ask that as well. Like, can I feel a new person being affected by my magic?
No, but you can hear him scream.
Don't come into the lightning.
Yes. How you tells yes.
And then you want to have advantage on your attack.
Remember this.
In the top corner. Yep. Fleabite will remember this.
Yep. Okay, then I will do the attack.
We'll redeem this as well while we're here. And quest rewards. Complete all done. And then back to the stream. Yes. Yeah.
Now I presume that both Wagner and
your sneak attack will count, if that's what you're trying to get to. Yeah.
no, it was that Samuel and Wagner, they are 5 feet, and anything beyond like that radius is 10 feet. That's how.
For what?
So if the other bat was 1 square closer, then I could use the thing where it jumps.
Yeah. So for example, those two would have been valid targets, but the other bat isn't because it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also,
So
Banger. I'll let Gregor away with it because he can't say any names. But...
Vanguard. Wagner. Yep.
Oh.
So damage, buddy. Damage. You click on the damage button. There we go.
Nice.
20 is alright, yeah.
Yeah. Not bad. That must have taken a fair chunk of it.
Yeah, I mean,
although I bet they'll have regained some.
Mild flashes of green light coming from behind the bat. Don't know if it was reassuring or worrying, to be honest, Vanger, but yeah.
You know what? I know him well enough to assume that green light's probably him.
Or you. Yeah.
Yeah, or me.
Yep.
And just do that and disengage.
Sure, yep. Where are you going to? Okay, yep. Are you done, buddy?
Yes, thanks.
Cool. Walter, the Steinmeier himself.
Steinmeier. Just kind of smack the stat up. Well, actually, stab it very sharply rather than smack it up.
Smack my bat out.
It hits.
Yeah, click the damage button.
Nice.
11 further damage. And then assuming it's not dead yet.
It still seems to be up.
A pregnant pause there. Hit it again, hopefully.
Yep, it hits.
I mean, it's a big creature. I can't miss it, right?
Well,
I'll just make a really good try of it.
we're bam.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it awkwardly flaps and collapses in the ground, screeching out, and suddenly falling silent.
After he falls dead, I'll say, "Have at thee!" And I'll brandish my rapier covered in the creature's blood. This is a warning to any other bat creatures in the vicinity.
If only Vanguard could see any of this. It looks so glorious.
Oh my gosh, you can't be impressed if you have not seen my rapier work. Right.
If you're looking for a character witness.
It's actually very impressed because Vanguard happens to be a big fan of Say Anything. That was a joke about the song being called Have At Thee.
Anyway.
From their album In Defense of the Genre.
So, carry on, Walter. Any more turn?
I shall move down there to rescue my companions.
Get hit by lightning.
And also get much... Oh, heck.
So it's a save, and it's going to be 15 damage otherwise. So, wisdom save, buddy.
Where's wisdom check for wisdom save?
Wisdom save, there is no wisdom check. Wisdom checks are for things like if you...
There we go. Got it.
Whatever. Yeah, cool, there we go. You're fine, you take half damage only. So that's 7. 7 radiant.
Still 7.
You're not resistant to radiant, are you?
No.
Okay.
And then I'm prepared for next turn.
Okay. Okay, bats. I think what I'm gonna do is okay, so the one with Samuel first. It's gonna have a go at Samuel. Oh yeah, you don't need to hit it again, by the way, you've already done it for this turn. It's 15.
Is that fine for this turn? Cool.
Yeah, we may as well, because it is an aura, so we'll do it per turn. Right, so I need to do two of these, so one next to you, one at Vanguard. Well, that's pretty good. We'll take the full 15. Which actually means we're bam.
Must be the money.
You get dropped to the ground, buddy. You can unpip thyself.
I shall.
Yeah. And then...
Outrageous pips are these.
And then it about Samuel is what we're trying to do. There we go. We're bam. It does not you. And then the one behind... I think it's just going to... Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just bring this to the top of the pile. Let's have it fly in and over, down, and have a go at Walter. So I need to do damage to that, so it flew in. It will take a wisdom save. Wabam! Oof, these are terrible. So it'll take 15 damage, because it's a crazy spell, and then it'll have a bite at Walter. Wabam. No. Okay. Samuel.
I'm going to ask Vanguard if he can see any more coming.
No.
Can't see by that anyway, really.
That's true. I mean, they fly about, right? I'd catch glimpses of something behind it.
We'll take down Spirit Guardians then, considering friends keep on running into it.
I mean, your call, buddy.
I'm just taking that pip off.
The electric perimeter fence. Alright, I'll he's gonna unpip your yellow pips then if need be, and I'll get rid of your aura.
Yep.
Get rid of that. Safe. Oh, apparently the aura is still there. It's interesting. How to get rid of the aura? Aura. No aura, please. There we go. Perfect. You're still yellow pipped, buddy.
Oh, do I need to get rid of that, sir? I thought that was you. Cool.
Yeah, you need to get rid of that. It was me that put on you, but it was purely just the friendlies of Spirit Guardians, that was all.
Doesn't say.
Tell me what you're looking to do, and then
action and not to take it down. So I assume it's just not concentrating anymore.
What's this? Sorry. Yeah, if it's something you're conjuring on, you can just drop it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just double checking to make sure. Cool. And I'll probably just do Toll the Dead on them.
Which one?
The one that's in front of me.
Cool. Click it so it goes in chat. There we go. I'll do my wisdom save, isn't it again? It is a wisdom save. Yep. We're bam. Nope. So you actually get to do that, and it will be, this thing has been injured, so it is a d12. Do you want to use the little dice roller and do a d12 for me?
Yeah, cool. Where do I find that?
Very left, you'll have a little d20. If you highlight that, and then just go down and hit d12 on the pop-out. Very left, on the toolbar.
Oh, on the toolbar. Cool.
There we go. So I like it totally because it's a d8 or a d12. So I like that if something's already injured, it takes more damage, which I think is kind of cool.
No.
There we go. Anything else, buddy?
And well, yeah. There we go. Oh, and that's something. Did that not come up? Oh, sorry. I just need to scroll down.
So what's happening though? Talk to me before pushing buttons,
healing
buddy. Talk to me.
That's healing word on Vanguard.
He's
Second.
Yeah.
He's the only one you can see anyway. That's a higher level casting, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
What level?
I did it second level.
Cool. Mark off your slots. Just get in the habit of telling me what you do before you push
Brings
buttons.
Brings me to
Oh, are you
44.
Oh, cool. You're not on the sheets. You can't see stuff.
I can't see anything you do. I can only see what comes up in chat. Yeah. So tell me what you do before you want to do it. Okay, jokes. So, anything else, buddy, or is that you?
No, that's me.
Okay. That thing is gone, so let's get rid of it. Turn order. Finger.
Right. So,
I like how by the time you dust yourself off after having grappled, there's another flappy thing in your face.
I know. I probably mutter some thanks to Samuel as I, sort of lift myself from the ground and dust myself off. And then, so here's the question: what do I want to do here? Do I want to just hit one of them, or could just, or I suppose I could use my action to channel divinity.
Good.
For Call of the Grave.
Good, yeah.
Which would give the next one to hit one of them double damage. So if anyone has like a sort of reliable hit, I could put Mark on one of the bats and then follow up with something fairly reliable and get a nice chunk of guaranteed damage. Might take one out nice and quick.
Yes, please.
You hear from the other side of the bat.
Till we hear my voice saying something. Yeah.
I will then. Right, I'm going to mark this one. And I think I'm going to notice that one's taking the, sort of swooping about, taking the place of the one that's just been killed.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to use my channel divinity on that one to mark it with Path to the Grave.
Okay, gonna be purple pip on it for you. I assumed it was that one you were talking
Till the
about.
end of my next turn, the next attack of mine or an ally hitting the cursed creature with an attack, it counts as vulnerable to all of the damage.
Okay.
And then the curse ends. So I think it probably looks like him pointing at a flapping bat and saying, "Somebody kill that before it picks me up." And what else can I do here? Does anyone need any healing?
I think your healing requires sight, unfortunately, though.
Who said me,
Creature
sorry?
you can see.
Also, Fleabit, why do you have no stats on your health box?
I did.
I feel like we go through this a lot.
Sorry, who was needing? Someone did respond yes. I'm not mad.
Walter
right?
did say yes.
Yeah, I
But you can't see me, I think.
Unfortunately. How is Samuel looking? Because I'd be able to tell how he was doing.
Samuel's not been hit yet.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh no, of course they're not. They've not. Have they hit anyone but me?
Walter.
They did hit Walter. Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, he hit me once.
Yeah,
He did hit
sorry,
me
I
once.
forgot about that because he did just see it.
No, Walter was
really
hit by
should
a
have
big
made a
bat.
fucking paladin or something, shouldn't I?
A moldy
Okay.
paladin.
I don't see any point blowing any more heals in myself because I'm currently in pretty good nick and I still have my symbiotic entity I can blow to get some temporary HP as well if I want to, which I don't really at the moment. So having said that, I think that's the end of my turn then, guys.
Sure, it's fine. That's only been one round for this incarnation, isn't it? Or has that been 2 for you guys?
I'll take another one.
Okay. Fine.
It's only three.
So what that means is you're doing something else elsewhere. Okay, I hear you.
I mean, no, but
Right, Fleabite.
it's
Too late. I've already committed to doing another one. You're too late, Dylan.
This is where I feel kind of bad, but because like that, the channel divinity does like does that light them up or something?
It's not any. So
it doesn't on the test.
No,
as written, it's literally just.
We
I
asked this
point
last time
something
we
out.
used this, and he said no, there was no effects. So
Yeah, it's not described as having any, and I don't imagine that it really would, because I think there could be potential advantages and disadvantages to it if it did.
and he did
Mark
shout
creatures
to you
that way.
last time. Fleabite hit it. It'll be sore if you hit it. Last time you were
Yeah.
fighting, so he did direct you, and he has shouted this time. You should hit this
Yeah.
one. Granted, you only
And-
hear the voice from behind the only bat you can see anyway, so that's fine.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing I feel bad more about is that I'm going to hit it and not.
That's just something you'll have to live with, unfortunately, if you do hit it.
It's fine. Just make a good go of it.
I hit it with sling. No, I think I will hit it.
With your rhythm stick.
I just want to ask. I take it I can't use this with a spell.
What does it say? When
An
you make an
attack roll.
Yeah.
Now,
So that's an attack roll. So yeah, it would count.
If the spell uses an attack roll.
You also a lot of spells have attack rolls because under green flame blade, if it's that what you're looking at, that'll be an attack roll.
yes.
Probably a melee spell attack roll. I think it's maybe called, or as part of a melee attack or whatever.
And so then it's just adds my like the pluses. Then yeah.
So what's your final number?
So it would be +7.
Yeah, so a 17 is what you're getting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
Well, I just click it, and then
Look at that. A 17 anyway.
that's trippy.
It's just Roll20 and me apparently have a good relationship sometimes where it just gives us the numbers we need. So.
And I would like to use. And I think that's all my jank for this.
Can't you do sneak attack? Or
Yes.
does that only work? I think you can use sneak attack, right?
No, that he's next to me.
Let's see.
Next to an enemy, and a bell tolls in the distance. So then,
And it is a
Is it
finesse
Metallica
weapon.
or AC/DC that are playing?
Right, so
and then it would be +5.
okay, so that is. It's the numbers. What did you do?
Wow. So that would be 19 damage
From you alone here?
from me alone. Yeah.
Okay. So, yep, 19, and then times that by 2.
So
38.
38.
400.
Damage to Vanker, yeah. Yeah, I'd say 30 is probably worth the channel divinity, right?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's not. You went all in that one, and I appreciate it.
Yeah. I love Fury of the Small. It's just...
It's
Yeah.
nice.
Okay. So, yep. Doesn't look happy with that, but it's still flapping.
and then I'll just disengage, move back.
Still flat.
I was gonna say, yeah, because you haven't
It's
used any
something.
of your additional nonsense that stops that. Excuse me. And I also love the. In what way does this goddamn clockwork amulet even visually or physically help? Other
I
than
know.
you just think about it like a metronome when you're playing music. Is that what it is? It's such
Magic.
It's bizarre. You're right. You're right, Colin.
It's magic.
It's just magic. I just would like it to have had more flavor text. That's all.
Yeah, no, it's fair. That is a reasonable point.
It would have been nice if it was like, because of the clockwork god of order and balance, you can attune to having perfect balance on your d20. Have a 10. So, but it's dumb. Anyway,
Magic.
if that's you, then we'll have Walter.
Time to kill this bat.
Mm-hmm.
A hell defense, mate.
It does not hit the bat. It does hit the bat.
Yeah, time to.
Nice.
That includes my defense might, for which I will take myself down a spell slot.
What level did you use, buddy?
1.
Okay. So, do you want to not do that? Because you don't need to.
What do you mean you said I don't need to?
You don't do it until you, you technically get to see the results of the initial damage, believe it or not.
Then decide.
You don't need to.
Yeah.
You don't need to burn through Divine Smites early. It dies on your damage with Dueling Style alone.
Oh.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yep.
It's pretty cool. Nice.
It's due to slight ambiguity with the wording and me not being an absolute monster. So.
I mean, I'm going to take that.
Yeah, that's fair. I would. So, yeah, that dies too. We're bam. You can make sure you've got your spell slot back. I assume you did, yes.
It's definitely like you get to see your damage first, though, if I recall. I think that is explicit, right?
I don't know if it actually explicitly states that, but it just doesn't argue for the opposite either, right? So.
No, it says when you hit, so it depends if do you do damage immediately upon a hit, or do you have to decide that first. So that's
Yeah,
the better way of interpreting it. When you hit and when the damage is delivered, it's the same thing. This isn't Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah,
You're right. This isn't Yu-Gi-Oh.
This isn't Yu-Gi-Oh. There aren't like 500 steps to go through, considering the timing and blah blah blah. So yeah, I will run over to Samuel, rapier first, like literally running with my rapier fully extended into this creature, ready to attack it.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. And it would have been difficult terrain for their big flappy bodies, but you've got plenty of movement, so don't worry.
Big flappy body.
I said.
Fine.
I see.
Wasn't that funny, buddy?
It's just Vanger being Vanger. He's coughing.
It was funny, but also I coughed.
Right. So, where are we? That happens a lot. The coughing.
It does. This is where it flies over them and attacks. Oh, for fuck's sake. Fine.
This is against probably still Samuel. Probably. Yep. Well, bam. Oh my god. It actually hits for a change. What? What fresh hell is this? Right, so 14 damage, buddy.
Yeah, it's cool.
And then pip yourself with the red grabby hand. Because you, sir, are grappled. But now you are tanking that bat very specifically because it's not allowed to bite anybody else. And it's got you.
Which one of the hands? Because I see a few hands here.
There's a red coming at you, grabby hand.
The one coming
you
out.
go.
So left. Cool.
There you go, buddy. Okay, and yeah, I think that's it for me. So now it's your turn.
Bow, bow.
Having heard Vanguard go, oh god, what was it you just said?
I'll say something like, more incoming.
Cool. And now I can see everyone. Can I get Spirit Guardians back up, or not when I'm grappled?
And I think you can cast it, right? It's not nothing that will stop you. So yeah.
Cool. Spells. Put it in. No.
You got a third level
Do that.
slot.
There we
There
go.
you go. Perfect. Yep. Mark off your. Is it your last third?
Cool. Yeah.
Oof.
Just got the 2.
It's so good though. Like as a third level spell though, it's just disgusting.
Oh yeah.
It's one of the best cleric spells. Bam. And I'm not going to pip Andy because you can see everything that matters. So
Yep.
You can do it like you can do it at 15 feet, can't you?
that is 15 feet.
Oh yeah. It's just whoever I can see.
Right, but if you wanted to, you could do it like further down the cave.
No, it needs to emanate from him.
Oh, okay.
It says
Then
they
I
flit
know.
around you at a distance of 15 feet. That's why it says target range self 15 feet 15 feet.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can designate anyone I can see, so it doesn't matter
Yeah,
that 3 by itself.
Yeah, the designation isn't limited by 15. If that's
Yep.
what you were wondering about Alex, it's he can see you.
I think Alex is wondering if you could actually like place the area of effect further away. Was that?
If that's
Yeah,
what,
I was like,
Okay.
pop it down here.
Yeah.
That's a good.
It would be
prob-
nice, but
the problem is he
alas.
also couldn't see that area, so he wouldn't be able to. Because bat is blocking vision, which is why arguably Vanger still cannot see that other bat. So, anything else to do on your turn, Samuel?
Don't believe so. No, actually.
Oh, good, okay. Vanger.
You're probably a little beaten up now, or do you want some healing? Actually, in fact, you're grappled. Can I do anything to get him ungrappled? Is that something I can assist with?
Yeah, incapacitate the bat.
Yeah,
You
of
could
course, we've already went
actually
through
just
this.
take the help action, and we'll let that hold over until his next time, because you could give him.
Wait,
It's jank, right? So kind of jank because you technically need to have done it this round,
if
right? But you
I
can
may
just.
have another way. If I could put the creature prone, surely it would drop him.
I think it just collapses with him, right? Because it doesn't. It only says it lets go of him if he's incapacitated. Prone isn't incapacitated, right? So it's just holding on to him while it's
Damn.
fell on the ground. I know. Rules interactions. The simplicity of 5e is sometimes its undoing, alas. Arguably, if you kill Samuel, it might not be interested in him anymore.
I mean, yeah, that's the way to do it. I could maybe try and get it to run away. Infestation.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm gonna try infestation on it.
What's your DC?
If it could be 14. Choose there. Fuck off. Okay, it doesn't work. But I'll give him a quick heal with level 1.
Sure.
Level 1 healing word. Running a little low in level 1 slots, that's me down to my last, but I still have 2 level 3s if things turn worse, so don't worry, guys. Your healer has not wasted all his slots yet. Yeah, so Simon can take some healing back, and I don't think it's worth it was worth the turn to try and sort of just get the help in the roll, because it's got a pretty key chance of getting this himself. Or fighting free. Right. I suppose.
That'll be you then, right? Unless you're moving.
Yeah, I don't see any benefit moving.
Yeah, we'll stay put then.
It's my turn.
Right, so we flash all the way back to Xerxes.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Back to my lovely date.
Mm-hmm. Going significantly better than anything Adair has managed thus far. Also, Adair, if you're watching this, you chose not to be here through various reasonable life decisions, so how dare you?
Let's see. Can we just say we small talk from here for a bit?
I mean, it depends. Do you want a small talk from here for a bit, or do you want to skip to the part where you do something else? It's up to you.
Essentially, yeah. Like,
okay, well, what would you like to be getting to? Because you don't need to tell me how you got to that scene. You can just tell me where you would like to be. You're not bound by the 6-second initiative. They all are.
Yeah, it's quite nice, actually. Actually, I would ask, like, where are you staying tonight?
She
So where have you been staying? I guess?
So you ask her that straight after she gave you her name.
That's formal.
Obviously.
Formal.
Yeah.
Forward. Fuck me.
Formal.
I mean, this whole thing's been pretty forward, right? Like,
clearly, I've taken Gregor's place tonight.
And yeah.
Why not just go for broke?
So yeah. So she laughs, right, and she leans back, kind of, like as if mocking shock, right?
Like amused.
Yeah. Like faux shock, right? Leaning back, hand on her chest, open mouth. Mm-hmm. And then she says, "You wish me that easily?" She just stares at you, narrows her eyes.
Well, I mean, there's not many people that can catch me in my deceptions. It's almost refreshing.
Yeah, she smiles and she says, "And to be refreshing, where is it you are staying this evening?"
You've already been there. That's where I'm playing.
I see. The Emerald Inn, was it?
Mm-hmm.
She smiles again, and you can clearly
the
see whenever teeth. Don't talk over me. How dare you? Oh my god. Let me describe this, okay? Back up a bit. So, you confirm her suspicions, and she smiles, and you can see the emerald in her many jeweled teeth. There we go, okay. Dylan.
Wanted that out.
Poignant, okay?
I'd smile at that joke. And then, yes, the owner has offered me free lodging if I'm able to draw in a crowd.
It seems you have earned your lodgings for the night, then. It was at least a crowd.
It wasn't as big as last night's, but yeah, it was pretty good.
I think she snorts into her second cup of tea when you say that. And then just takes the tablecloth or like the kind of handkerchief thing that would be there and mops at her lips, dabbing them, and then she doesn't say anything. She mostly just snorts into her tea and then thinks to herself.
I would laugh and offer her a napkin, assuming that's a thing.
Yeah, and she'll take that napkin. It's the word I couldn't think of when I said handkerchief. Yes, the table kerchief. There we go. And yeah,
table kerchief.
It's not a thing. And she fixes herself and she just smiles and she says, "Did you have something in mind for this evening? I have yet a lot of the city to see."
Well, I have no problems with giving you a general tour.
Then where to first?
I offer my arm, or I guess she has to offer hers, huh?
No, you can offer yours if you want.
Oh yeah, sure, let's do that. That's always fun.
Because formality would be the men hoop their arm and the woman lays their arm in it. And she did that earlier, so...
Oh, right. Yes, so then I offer my arm.
Yeah. I also should have been maybe another indication of her having caught on to you. But okay.
Oh, I see. As that flashes back in my head.
Yeah. All these flashbacks. See a physician. But yeah, where'd you take her then?
Unique. Like I said, I give her the general tour, like point out some of the more touristy areas.
I mean, the general tour, like, it would be hours you'd have to go walking with her, and it is, air quote, late. So it depends, like, anywhere in particular you want to take her. There is arguably anything a city could reasonably have, so...
Yeah. Let's be all romantic, and I'll take her to some place that's, like, off the beaten path that I know about.
Okay, so I'm going to take this woman you've just hooked up with from a bar to a random, out-of-the-way place in a city. Okay. Romantic recalling.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, okay. So was it like some kind of park that's no longer frequented, maybe? Maybe a graveyard that's all, like, you know,
Ooh.
overgrown? I don't know, you tell me.
Yeah, I do like the graveyard.
Sure.
Though that is slightly creepy, I'll do it nonetheless.
Sure, yeah. Creepy graveyard. Maybe she's into that, yeah.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
Yeah, so I guess these are... Do you need to hop the fence, or do you... Is it already, like, is it open? Is there a bit of the fence bars missing? Like, how abandoned is this graveyard?
I like the missing fences, like it bits.
Yeah, sure.
Or it's like a loose part that I can take out and
Yeah,
replace.
maneuver away, yeah. The bars are loose, yeah. So I have this image of you, like, lifting the bar out of the way and then gesturing for her to go through.
Yeah, like a gent.
And she says, "Are we in danger of trespassing?"
Only if we get caught.
Just my house. And
Throw her a wink.
she just goes in. I don't even think she waits to see the wink. I think she just smiled and went in.
You gotta assume anyone that's going after a tiefling is down for some amount of, like...
I don't know if you are meant to assume,
tomfoolery,
right? But okay.
Yeah, but like...
So, yeah, you're in a graveyard with this lady now?
I just show her around. I can't think of anything off the top of my head that I specifically want to talk about.
To go around and look at the names on graves and stuff, I guess, as people do. See the disrepair some of them
Point
have
out,
fallen
like,
into.
some of the cooler ones.
Yeah, can I roll history? We'll see how well you do.
Ooh.
Yep.
Can I supplement that with deception? As I lie about what I'm like, oh, it's in this one. Yes, I knew him.
Sure, why not? Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. Whew.
All harmless lies, but, you know, for fun.
And yeah, I think for the most part, she's I guess these are still arm in arm walking down the overgrown paths of the graveyard, and she's not really saying much. She's just kind of allowing you to, like, you know, educate her on the histories of the people long gone, right?
Some of the false histories, yeah.
I mean, yeah. And is there anything in particular you would like to get to? And I don't mean, are we skipping to some schnoo from the wonderful fade to black moments? I mean, in general, is there anything else you would like to discuss with her, or?
At some point, I would bring up, like, so how could you tell? What was my giveaway?
And she smiles and she says, "Well, that would be telling, though, wouldn't it? And where's the fun in that? Because if I only know, and no one else does, do they?" She kind of, like, grips your arm a bit tighter.
I suppose. But it would be very nice to know, especially in my line of work, given the fact that if someone can see through my lies, then I will be at a distinct disadvantage.
She kind of turns to you, like standing in front of you, and she says, "Your line of work, performing." She just grins. You don't even need to roll insight to know why she's grinning.
Side job.
I see.
But yes.
And she kind of laughs once. And she says, "Well, I'll share a secret with you. And we're even."
Deal.
And she puts her hand out for you to shake.
I take it and kiss her hand.
Okay. And as you do, she then just grips your hand and shakes. She goes, "It is a deal then." And then she transforms into a red tiefling as well. And we cut back to the fight.
When you said red there, I was like,
Red tiefling, yes. Fleabite, you're up, buddy.
For half a second, I thought she was going to transform into Von Rune.
Oh, hello there, old
I was
man.
gonna be so, like,
We'll get to that. Fleabite.
I can't imagine why you would draw any connection between the two characters.
Fleabite? It's your
so
turn.
Fleabite can see the aura this time, or still the aura's come back, hasn't it?
Yes. I assume you can see it on your roll 20.
Yes,
Yes, you can see it.
Now this time, you wouldn't be damaged, but would you know?
I don't think you'd know, but
it's like, you know, those dogs that like won't go near a glass door.
Learned helplessness. I remember the behaviorists.
So now I think Fleabite's probably just going to.
That's not learned helplessness. This is the other thing.
What's learned help?
Yeah, I'm a bit unsure because partially is obviously like there's no way to hit.
Could go the other way.
Is that going through too much of the wall?
Probably. Remember, it's double movement to get over the dead bats. So that is 25 to there, so 30, stopping on one of these guys. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 as well. Because difficult bat terrain.
Did we figure out if long jump doesn't work out? Like it's like the same as just running over the.
I think you need a 10-foot run up, but then I think I can jump over them. That would be fine, right? But what was your long jump? How many squares did you cover with a long jump? It's like your strength score in feet or something, isn't it? Can't remember the exact.
Yes, your strength score if you have 10 feet before.
But arguably you're going to waste 5 moving back to get the 10 to go forward, so that's 15 gone straight away. I mean, to land here that you can make anyway, without any problems.
Is that a 5-foot jump or a 10-foot jump?
Cannot get into that square. This is the only real square you can actually get to, as far as I can see. And you don't need to jump.
You can do the standing jump of 5 foot.
You would jump there with 5 foot. So you could 5, then 10, because you're jumping into it, right? It's not costing you double there. Then double. To be 20, then 25, and then 30. You could get there. Suppose
And
you could.
Is this all completely blocked? I can't see any of this space.
Correct. Mostly because these people are also blocking you. There's 3 people in front of the bat as well.
So I was also thinking, like,
You can
yeah,
you could ranged see the bat above them, right? The bat is like, you know, not exactly on the ground. It is flapping at least 5 up in the moment, so you can see the bat over their heads where you are. But either way, what are you doing, Fleabite? What's the plan?
Okay, Fleabite is going to move to here.
Right.
Which,
just by walking.
However it takes to move, that should be enough. And then.
Do you want to move back? I'll move you to the front so we can see you. Because on my screen, the back covers you.
And then cast.
I need you to move back, buddy. Move back. Move back. Just go back somewhere I can see you. You're covered in bat. Thank you. Move you to the front. Now go back. Perfect. Now you're over that token, because there's a pile of tokens that were covering you. For me. Right.
And then. Can I go one-handed on on my Tears of Sorrow? Draw a regular dagger.
Yeah.
And then throw dagger.
Yeah.
And that's just the same because it's
It's just throw dagger. Okay. That is a hit.
a miss. Oh.
It's a hit. There we go. Ta-da! Mark off one of your however many daggers.
Yeah. Can I attempt to hide because there's people in front of me?
Why not? Cowardly cower behind them. Yes, why not? So,
Then,
I'm going to submit you done, Fleabite.
yes, thanks.
No problemo. Walter.
There's only one enemy. He's been hitting my friends and grappled Samuel, so I'm going to go straight in the rapier.
It's a hit.
Now I'm going to tick Divine Smite, and then I'm going to tick the rapier for damage.
Okay.
Actually, I just wait until I hit him first.
Okay.
Then I'm going to smite him.
Okay.
I click him, it doesn't matter.
There we go.
That's total 15.
No problemo.
And then follow up with extra attack.
Yep. That misses.
Okay. I'll say, fret not, Samuel. We shall free you soon.
Samuel's just like in the feet of this thing, you know, as it's occasionally mauling at his armor, trying to get, you know, to the flesh within. Like a kid with a Capri Sun trying to get to the juice inside, you know?
I think I'm the kid with the Capri Sun because I've got the rapier, which is like the straw.
All good.
Yep. Angry Bat has to do its thing against Samuel.
Wait, hold on.
Yep, I'm just
Can
gonna
I react against it?
You can indeed. I'm just gonna continue anyway though. But yep, react regardless. Nice.
Suffer well.
Get him, my spores! Yeah! As they all jump on him.
I don't think the sports talk.
No, they're all 1920s gangster men. So.
Oh, okay.
Also, aren't we on? Yeah, this is a new one. Yeah, it's a new one. So 17. Yeah, perfect.
Yep.
That makes sense. Let me do
Get him,
the
boys.
wisdom. We're bam. Ooh, so it takes half of that. What's half of that? 8.
Yeah.
9.
It's 8. You round down.
I think it's round down, doesn't it? Yeah.
So everything is round down in D&D. Yep. And yep, and then it does its 2. It's advantage attack, I should say, on Samuel. Which means the 24 is going to hit. So it does that. That's
Oh, cool, yeah.
8 plus 4. 12. Perfect. Yeah. Pip yourself a concentration as well for me, because I totally forgot about that too.
Oh, yeah, because I've got the grapple, not the concentration. Good shot.
Yep, that's okay. It was the same. I forgot to. And
Yeah, I'll do the health in a sec as well.
no worries.
Cool.
I think that's going to go up and over. Again, going to then do a wisdom save because it's also entered the field. Bam. Ooh. So it takes 8 as well. It's okay, it's still damage though. Still damage. And it goes has a wee chomp on Vanger. Nom nom nom.
Probably not Samuel, but would Walter get a opportunity attack on that?
Up and over. That's why I described it that way. It does not.
Oh, is it high enough up that you can't reach it either?
Yep. Unless Walter is 90 feet tall.
These
Walter?
are some really high ceilings.
What is the damage?
It is that.
15.
Many.
I don't suppose you want to zoom the stream in a little.
I could do, yeah, if need be.
Now that we're all in quite a small area.
There we go. I have done so.
29.
And grappled. And
grappled.
a con save, remember.
I can't see. Is grapple automatic?
Yeah, it's great. Nice. Your con save is amazing. And grappled. Red grabby hand. And
yep.
Then it's Samuel's turn.
Might as well try to get out. Wait, no. I could probably cast Toll the Dead, couldn't I?
Yeah. You won't be affected by anything by casting Toll the Dead.
Yeah.
The opportunity attack spellcasting is not in this, and I love it. Because those systems are horrible when you're a wizard of some kind. I cast a spell. Take 7 punches. What? Damn
it. Actually, no. We'll take the dodge action.
Sure, yeah. That's good.
And going to do healing word on himself.
Yep.
Nice.
At first level.
Oh, sorry, healing word and take the dodge. Nice.
Okay.
Add some health back into you. And then for dodge, I usually just use the white wavy line. So it's next to the half heart and the what's it called? It's called a half haze, apparently. It's next to the hold action symbol. I use the stop sign.
Going down. Cool.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Perfect.
Sweet.
Although the idea of dodging while grappled is kind of dumb, but also at the same time is it just like hyper struggling? Like, it's an interesting visual.
Yeah. I was gonna say he's kind of like a turtle retreats into his armor.
I love it. It's so good. I think that is everything Samuel can achieve. Vanger.
Right. Wonder. Can this thing? Do I even have space to use my wild form to turn into an elk?
No. Unfortunately, you don't have the space to be a large creature unless it's a medium creature.
It's a large creature. That's exactly why I wanted to do it, because I figured it probably can't lift something bigger than itself.
And you've seen them lift horses, or try to.
Yeah, but elk are bigger. Right?
Sure.
I mean, they
Both are
should
considered
bloody well be.
large, but sure, because D&D cares about that.
Have you seen an elk? Anyway, I...
Have you seen an elk? Oh.
Depends if you mean the European elk or an American elk. And that's not even a.
I know, but it's good.
No,
It's good.
that is completely true.
It's good.
Okay, well then I want to use my wild shape to cast symbiotic entity.
Nice. That's just your temp HP bam, isn't it?
So 4 temp HP for every level in that class. So that's 8 temp HP.
Nice.
It's not a huge amount,
But it's something.
but it's something. My melee attack deals an additional 1d6 poison damage to any target I hit, and I can roll twice and add the damage of the second die for my reaction ability.
Nice.
And that is my action, which leaves me with...
Mark off wild shape use, is right?
Yes, sorry.
Perfect,
Yeah,
that's okay.
1 second.
It's such a nice additional use of wild shape though, isn't it? It's so good.
It is. It's also very flavorful for the spores thing, which doesn't feel quite as fitting for the... It's odd that shapeshifting is a universal druid thing, because a lot of conceptions of druids don't feature it. So it's interesting that it's something that absolutely every druid gets in D&D, and I like that they give an alternative for one of the ones that doesn't feel quite as
everything
well
that isn't
fitted
moon
with it.
druid gets use of their wild shape usually, fueling something else, which is nice.
Yeah,
Just all the
like
new
if
designs.
you're one of the ones that don't absolutely feel flavoured that way, then you don't always have to use it. So I could use Healing Word again.
Why don't you?
Probably on myself.
Well, you've done pretty damn well, right? Like, I'm just going to point out here, like, you've done pretty well. You've managed to, like, down a giant bat, like an arguably very, very large bat, and walk over here. You've got this nice shimmering shield that hasn't really been needed, and the 2 other healers in the party, the dedicated healers, as it were, loosely, are the ones that are being picked up and rattled about by big bats, healing themselves. So, I mean, it's an interesting dynamic.
I think... I think just to be on the safe side, I'm going to Healing Word myself. And I think I'm just going to do it at level 1.
Okay.
Really just to be safe and pump that health up a little bit. So that's me out of level 1 slots, but I still have 2 level 3s and 2 level 2s.
It's not a bad place to be.
Back to 36 health, plus the 8 temporary health. Okay, obviously I'm not walking anywhere this turn, so that's my turn over.
Fleabite.
Fleabite will go back to dual wielding and then Green Flame Blade.
The one next to Vanguard, I assume.
Yes.
Stands awkwardly on Samuel's head to stab the other one.
Oh,
That does not hit. Yeah. Anything else?
And then we'll disengage.
Okay. And Walter.
I'm going to attack the bat that is still grappling Samuel.
It misses.
A lovely miss.
It hits. It's always just a guiding shot you go for first, isn't it? You know?
It really is.
Okay. And how much is that total, sir? Is that 11?
That's 11.
Well, bam. Look at that.
Has anyone killed anything that I haven't killed yet?
There are 2 dead bats under Fleabite, but I don't remember who killed those. Was that you, Walter?
One of them was me.
Okay, so one of them wasn't then. The others, yes. Everything else has been yours.
Over to Founder there. in preparation next turn. I don't really good bonuses right now, so I'll just keep my turn.
Yeah, it's something that like paladins don't really get a lot of use for bonus actions, except like I think some spells let them.
Spells. There's a lot of spells like or something smite, but given that they don't have a tremendous amount of spell slots as it is, and I'm not sure whether I should cast them or
some are
keep
buffs
them
as
for
well.
Divine Smite.
Like some are
Plus,
buffs.
like I would have cast it now when I've got the potential of being attacked and losing my concentration, but I could just cast it at the start of my next turn when I'm about to go and do some attacks anyway.
Exactly.
So I shall keep my bonus.
No problem.
Is Lay on Hands an action or a bonus action?
It's an action.
An action.
It's expensive because of how good it is.
It's very good.
It's one of the best abilities in D&D, I would say. One of, just by far, because of how good it is. The per level health pool times 5, and an action to give as much of it as you want to somebody, or use 5 of your health in a block to heal a disease outright. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. It's also, I mean, it's iconic as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those abilities that I knew that I was aware of years before I ever touched D&D because it translated into other games such as the Warcraft series.
Right, I think we're on to the bat. Holding on to. Do you want to unpip yourself with what you don't need to pip yourself with, Samuel? You're no longer grappled.
Yep, and I'll do the.
You're still pipped with everything else. So that's it.
Oh no, I meant I'll do the roll in a sec as well.
Yes, because it is a new turn, right? Or we had the roll this turn.
There we go.
Okay, so do my save. Nice. Such a wise bat. Damage done. Then advantage. Anger. Nom.
8. That's not so bad.
It's not too terrible. That's just your
It
temp
just
HP.
negates my temp, yeah. Also, I forgot the thing, but I'll do it now, if that's okay.
Is this your reaction because it's within?
Yeah.
Okay.
It started its turn.
Yeah.
Shall I roll 2 separate d4s as described, or shall I just roll 2 d4?
I would just roll 2d4 because we're going to just pick one, right?
Because as far as
well, is it a reroll or like?
It's roll twice and add them together, basically. So let me
Where
read
is
the
it?
exact
Sorry, yeah.
wording. When you deal damage with your Halo of Spores, roll the damage a second time and add it to the total.
Yeah.
So it makes no sense to roll it separately. It's just the way they've worded it.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake, and it still does the same damage the last time. That's fine. It's
Okay.
more reliably doing that damage.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if we add it up to you. That makes sense. So, I've done my attack. You taking your damage, buddy?
I have taken the damage.
Do you do a con save?
I have not yet done a con save. Let me just do one.
Nice. And I believe that's me out of stuff. So Samuel.
Going to toll the dead.
Yep.
On that bad boy.
Yep.
You're a fan of that one.
It's a great cantrip.
It is. It's a great cantrip. I don't think I've used it yet, but it's a great cantrip.
Yeah, especially when they've already taken damage.
I think it's just that I'm permanently in the defensive.
True.
You must smell the best.
Yeah, I'm sure that's it.
Right, let's do another wisdom
Get
save.
the
Man, the amount
small
of
one.
wisdom saves these bats have had to do is
A small one we can see.
ridiculous. Well, that's a crit.
Let me sec. The Burn Order was over top of that. Cool. Sorry,
Don't worry about it. I've critted. I'm not going to take damage from Toll the Dead, so don't worry.
Right.
Why does it have advantage?
It doesn't. It's the 21. It's just by default it's been ticked because it was still when it hit finger.
Cool.
Yeah, it's always the first roll because by default you can set all the sheets to roll twice anyway. I just don't like them to. A lot of NPC sheets are set to roll twice, so you always just take the first roll. Like earlier when Fleabite did it, you rolled with advantage on something, but it's always the first roll you look at that matters, which is sometimes heartbreaking when you see the better numbers at the other side. So yeah. This is the wisest of bats now, apparently. Possibly because it's drinking a druid and a cleric.
Anger, how are you looking?
He's actually looking not too bad at the moment.
You're also not dodging anymore, buddy, either. Your dodge has fell off. It is your turn. You have started. Are you doing any bonuses?
No, that's why I was just checking with anger.
Sure, yep, no worries. Turn over, buddy.
Yep.
Excellent. Anger.
Right. Every combat, I spend the entirety of it fucking lifted by bats. This is my experience in this game thus far.
I mean, no, there was the pirates, and you did really well with the pirates.
That's true, but that's because there weren't any bats in that one. I'm sure if one of the pirates had got close enough to me and I didn't run away and entangle people, they probably would have just tried to lift me.
The kiting in that one was so good.
It says it climbs over the horse and cart and just keeps walking.
Yes! It was good fun. So, I think I might... I think I kind of want to just bonk the thing with my staff rather than using any more spell slots when I've got disadvantage. I don't know that I want to spend points to get advantage again, because that just feels...
You could always just do the save and try and get out from it.
I
Or
could.
the check, sorry, not the save, the check.
I think it's much more fun to try and bonk it.
Yeah.
So I will try and bonk with disadvantage.
Cool.
I'm going to be so upset when this... Really?
Double crits. Look at that.
Oh.
Look how good that is.
So...
That hits, by the way, in case you were.
I thought so. And plus 1d6 poison?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, it's 10 damage.
Yeah. Nice.
Get off me! Hitting it with the stick.
With the gross spores clustered at the top of it to give it the poison. Ugh.
Yeah.
Lovely. Is that you, Vinger?
That is my turn.
No bonus actions, no?
I don't think I really need to use one right now.
Sure.
Doesn't seem desperate.
We'll stop here, I think, is a good place to stop. Back at the top of the turn order, and we'll pick this up next time. We'll see how well we do, because we still need to do our wrap-up nonsense. So we will freeze frame here. We'll see how it goes, where the camera, has the dual screen of, will our heroes survive the cave of misadventure? And it cuts to the creepy graveyard with two tieflings staring into each other's eyes. And then, yeah, fade away to our wonderful credit screen. So what would you like to call the session? Don't all speak at once.
Happy Sun.
What did you say there?
Capri Sun. It's the only phrase we've
Capri
said
Sun.
enough. Sponsored by Capri Sun.
Tasty druids.
Too long a title, but yeah. Yeah, Red Tiefling's funny.
I don't have an idea.
Well, let's review what happened. We had their performance at the Emerald Inn with some interesting NPCs showing their face. Falcon's new life, right? Yeah. The adoption of one Falcon.
The adoption of Falcon.
And then we've had the cave combat, right?
And cave combat is kind of snappy.
I mean, sure, right? Let's pop that in as an option. We're getting the bigger cave.
Right, so I had an absolutely in Fleabite's suggestion we're going to need a bigger cave actually reminded me of it, and you'll probably see why. I had an absolutely terrible one that came to mind that I didn't share, but I now feel inspired to do so, which is...
Alexander, what have you done?
Bats a lot of fish.
Oh god. Yeah.
There's the bit in Godzilla where he goes, "That's a lot of fish." It doesn't make any fucking sense. But you can see how I got monster movie fish to Jaws to that. Yeah. Anyway, I don't think that's a good option. I just can't get it out of my head. How about? You know,
Shopping for real estate. If you're going to reference Fleabite saying they need a bigger cave.
I don't know if I want 2 steps away from the reference of the session though.
no. It's actually the more steps you have, the better. The more tangential.
That's meant to be 0 apparently, but that's fine.
That's nil. Yeah, that's funny.
That feels a bit like tempting fate.
I mean, no, it's just fact of what happened this time, right? Next week's a whole week away, so I wouldn't worry about it yet.
Half time?
Again, yeah, like whatever you want, pop into chat, we'll do the voting, and we will move the on.
You know what? I'm just gonna select the simple but very impressive cave combat.
Thank you.
It's just very solid, good material. I'm really, to be honest with you, I'm just desperately waiting for an opportunity to like insert a reference to Bela Lugosi's Dead into one of these session titles.
I see. Okay. Well, we'll work on that, right? We'll build some
Yeah.
content. Oh dear.
It's important to me.
That's fair. Any clear winners yet? Nope. Everything. Just spread out the votes, in fact. That's all we've done. Okay. Now I'm going to click for Falcon's new start. Because that feels optimistic, and it doesn't chance fate, right? Because if I vote for myself, that seems a bit, you know.
Yeah, who would do that?
Dylan. There we go. Do that. Let's pop it into the tracker so it becomes the official name. That is done. Combat isn't finished, which means you don't get XP until it's done. Just in case you were wondering. But speaking of XP, let us.
Vanger is officially impressed. He just hasn't announced it yet. If that helps.
You should goddamn well be. Like it's pretty good. Pretty good work.
He's been a bit distracted, Ryan.
Yeah, you played a very vital role. The food.
Yeah.
The bait.
The blood Capri Sun.
The target dummy. I should just sit down in Orgrimmar and let people practice a rotation on me.
Anyway, goals. Did any get complete?
I think one of them did.
No, none of them did.
But none of the generals.
Don't see
No?
if any of the personals have been done yet either.
No, I think. Well, I suppose Vanger will have to somehow acknowledge this before he knows that he's completed the goal for it to be complete.
What goal did you have in mind? Tell me the goal you're thinking of.
Walters.
Yeah, that needs to be a conversation.
Yes.
And I feel like
I'm sure we'll get round to it next
and
time.
I feel like at the moment, considering that one of the two of you may die, then so we'll get to
We
that.
might have new goal.
Consume
Not
former
permit you
member.
to die whilst you remain my personal goal.
It's a good way to look at the goals. You just want to try and angle with Walter. Then,
I
isn't
will
it?
lay my hands upon you until you state you're impressed with my rapier skills.
It's like I could be a little more
there's so
impressed with a
many
little
jokes.
more healing.
So many jokes.
Rapier skills? I can't imagine.
Anyway,
Literally cannot think of.
moving
any
swiftly
jokes.
on. So, yeah, I don't see any goals from the complete unless MD's got anything they think was complete.
Oh, that's fair.
You spelled Cynthia wrong, but that's okay. by the way,
We're starting
Mr.
to learn a bit more about the bats. For instance, there are even bigger ones, but I wouldn't say we've learned that much.
Also, I don't like the goals being edited till we're at this stage, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, okay.
Because we only edit them at the end, and that looks like that was a goal this week, so it's not. I'm assuming you'd like it to be your
I
goal.
just did it once you said we were done. So I was like, all right, well, I'm just going to swap this real quick.
No, how dare you. A pox on you. 1,000 damage.
I may have edited one of the general goals out earlier. I don't know if you spotted it.
Xarxus dies right in front of Cynthia.
Oh, I did notice. I need you to, because I get
Lightning.
notifications when you do it. Put it back, and we'll deal with this. Cynthia, I think I put it in the chat.
You put it somewhere.
I put it in Roll20, but God knows where that has gone.
It'll be pages up now.
I'll correct it.
It's legally distinct from that spelling.
So, find out what about Cynthia.
Like, what is she?
Do you mean in what regard? Like, because that could mean anything.
I mean, I guess
If you can't answer that,
about
I was gonna say, if you can't answer that, how do we know you've completed it then? Because there might always be more to learn about her. So when would it be completed? Right?
Can I say I find out more about Cynthia?
No, I've just explained why. It needs to have a qualifying finale to that goal. We to cash it in. So if you can tell me something you would like to learn about her that you think she won't just offer up, then yeah, sure. But meanwhile, anybody else, I take it personal goals are all staying the same, folks, or are anybody changing their personal goals? I would assume Walter's going to keep his because he's doing very well towards it.
Mm-hmm.
So close.
Yeah.
No alterations.
No alterations, good man.
Sigh.
I mean, this is what we're here for.
Appropriate sigh.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to assume Adair's going to still try and impress Lady Taki. I still see it's Charlton Heston, so that needs to go. I'm pretty sure that was you, Colin.
Not only was it not me, but I don't even know who Charlton Heston is.
Sure. Any of those goals changing? The general goals, folks.
Nope.
Looks good.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
Making
So
good progress in the Batcave.
that goal still
If by
seems to.
investigate, you mean massacre.
That still seems to be there, so I'm just going to delete it off.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was going to edit it, but then I got distracted.
Yeah.
The other ones.
Right. If that is it, goals are done. Yeah. Sounds
It
right.
was, we'll put it back in and I'll change Charlton Heston to the original. It was
C. Stobbard, but yeah.
Stobbard, yeah.
Xarxus, your goal.
Is that how
It's
Stobbard
happened.
spelled?
That's it. Yeah, that's
Wouldn't
it.
be?
That'll do.
I guess I don't know how to word it.
I mean, I don't know what you're trying to
Find
achieve.
out if she's one of you lot.
Yeah, I mean, like,
One of you lot maybe is not the right way to word it. You know what I mean?
like, I want to know if she's a changeling or not.
Okay, so how could you possibly go about trying to work that out?
In terms of how to word the goal.
Yeah. Because I'll tell you why it's not that good a goal. You and her are kind of on a sharing, mode right now, which means you're just going to ask her and then she's going to answer. Where was the challenge?
Yeah.
It's either going to be a yes or no, right?
I mean, it is the current #1 goal of Xarxus.
Sure.
So I don't know how to change it into something more reasonable.
Okay. So, ignoring anything she's just going to say yes or no to. Is there something about her you think she wouldn't tell you? Because this is the equivalent of saying, I would like to buy a crossbow from a shop. And you get there and then it's too expensive and you go, damn, I wasn't able to achieve this because of the money required. Right? Like, there's no challenge. Yeah, no, right. So you can't just be like, this person who's sharing a lot of personal things with me, I'll ask her a very normal but also personal level question that we've established we can talk to each other about. It's not, there's no challenge.
Okay.
Right?
Then I'll probably just go back to save face.
Okay. But does it make sense why that's not a good goal that you were putting? Cool, good. And one day I'll write that goal guide. One day. Never. Get to it. Right. Based on that, no XP yet, but soon. Soon. I might have some combat XP and some goal XP all in one. Should be good. A nice burst, as it were. Because I don't think we're too far off.
We're exactly 500 away or so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
one
still
goal.
Yeah, one goal away.
One goal.
So soon. But yes, with that in mind, wrap up chat time. Do you want to start us off then, Fleabite?
Yeah, that's good. Interesting to see the newcomers and how they fit into the combat roster, and pretty effectively it seems.
Yeah.
And
Samuel tanked so successfully. It was disgusting just standing there like, I guess I'll wait to see if it can hit me. Maybe. Oh man.
yeah, I mean the bats didn't roll that well. I think compared to that opening round against the Gith, it was a very
bad
different
combat.
fight.
That was a bad combat.
But it was still pretty impressive, being able to take and deal damage. So that seems like good additions. I kind of wanted to see basically the Xarxus. I mean, it's kind of funny that it's going like fairly well between Xarxus and Cynthia, given Adair's just horrendous efforts.
Yeah, with Lady Sandy in general. Yeah.
And so that I'm looking forward to when that bubbles over. And it was interesting, like sort of playing Fleabite a bit differently. We changed up some of the mechanics, and having to be a bit closer to the action is always a bit concerning. But
you did well to manage your ability to disengage and hide behind Walter every single turn, so well done.
Yeah, like I wasn't attacked that entire time, and then ruined it by jumping into the the aura. So
sorry
so
about
that'd
that.
be that's good, because that was a really strong ability. Like that was so good, and yeah, like looking forward to finishing that off and seeing how things progress in the cave.
Yeah, just to see the rest of the cave, really, right? That would be nice. You know, this corridor's got a lot of screen time so far, so it's that one set in the Star Trek, show, where they just have to then film it from a different angle. Samuel?
It was fun getting into combat for the first time.
How does it feel having one of the single best spells in the game? Just, yeah.
Yeah. God, especially like when on top of that you're a life cleric and then you've got the healing as well. That's a bit ridiculous. It's a really good spell.
Yep.
Yeah, it was fun getting into combat and getting to think about like the role playing in combat as well, rather simple mechanics. Samuel's feeling a little bit bad for Vanguard that all the bastards went over his head.
I mean, to be fair, you still tanked the one you were, assigned, as it were. So you did good.
Your designated bat.
Yes. You did good. I think I only hit you once in that whole fight. I think
No, I think there was a second one.
But was that only because I'd already hit you and you were grappled? Was that because I think it's because I had advantage? So like, I don't really count that, even though maths does.
One with the advantage and one without, I think.
Yeah, it's crazy. Same with Walter, to be fair. Like Walter, like I just rolled terribly against you two for a while, which was fine.
Yeah.
It's good for combat balance. But yeah, these things can hit hard, which is the scary
If
bit.
only I had had the good sense to put my divine shield on me.
No, I thought needed it.
Like
I was doing great at the keeping it up aspect.
as you're being
Just-
like
it was getting
ragdolled around
redundant.
by bats, multiple
Yeah.
bats, but still managing to protect Walter.
Oh yeah, like it managed the con saves really nicely.
Both of you did, yeah. I like the idea that after this, when Walter goes, "Well, Vanger, were you impressed?" He goes, "Yes, thanks to my divine protection, you were able to breeze that."
That's funny, isn't it?
I know, but had it been, it'd be funny.
Mm.
Had there been more Legolas and Gimli between the two of you, yeah. But yes, anything else, Samuel?
Yeah, like seeing the druid and or just like not a character thing, but I guess more like seeing the druid and cleric mix. That's really cool. I like that.
It's a good mix, yeah.
It's fun. I like it a lot, I have to say.
It's the two types of cleric and druid. The grave and the spores are a very good combo. Thematically, like it's nice. Not even just mechanically, just thematically they're nice because your grave cleric gives you that nice double damage moment for somebody with his channel divinity, but then your druid just gives you like niggling damage all the time with like your reactions and stuff. So it's a nice combo.
And I love the grave clerics and like their ability to cancel crits as well.
They're just good, like from a design point of view. But
They
yeah.
are great. I'm not going to invest super far into Grave Cleric. I think I'm only intending to go like 6 levels. Then obviously it'll depend how long in the tooth this game gets. I'm going to rush for 4 in it just because it is really good. Cleric in general is just really good.
Sure, yeah.
They're solid classes, as we see. But yeah, anything else, Samuel?
No, I don't think so.
No worries. And Vanguard?
Ooh. I really enjoyed the fact that our sort of resident, sort of self-appointed team face attempted Lothario, God help him, got absolutely nowhere. and then just by sheer happenstance, Zach just kind of wanders into a much more successful sort of romantic encounter and like does the whole playing the performance aspect really well.
Some solid
and
roles,
I actually feel kind of bad for Adair because he's just being sort of effortlessly outclassed at what he tries to do. God bless him. Yeah, that was awesome. Actually, that was a lot of fun watching. Especially because I am pretty confident
I wouldn't be.
that I know who Cynthia is. In fact, no, you did tell me, didn't you? Actually,
yeah.
I mean, I did know in either way, but I don't know. Does Dylan know? Do you know Dylan?
No, he doesn't, and it's fine. It's very
okay.
fun.
I mean, I can try to guess.
I wouldn't. It's easier if you don't. It's nicer.
I think you're gonna have fun finding out. So that was awesome. That was nice getting the two different sides. It was a shame that we just had one person back in the city.
I think it was okay though, like the bounce between.
But it was, it enabled a fairly extensive sort of social thing going on.
I think what it does is it gives the players in the combat some time to work out the new dynamic as well. It gives you a lot more time to sit and plan instead of having to worry about it on immediate turns and such. So.
I think it was also interesting.
I mean, that was the whole plan, right?
It kind of gave us room for like a bit more world building with the city and for a bit of introducing what was her name?
Falcon,
Dak,
and Bacon are wonderful urchins.
Falcon, like like a new little like group hanger-on NPC sort of. I think things like that do help like give a sense of flavor to the place and to a party.
Definitely.
And so that was all cool. Combat has been a lot of fun. Sorry.
Bless you.
Oh, sneeze just came over me there. Combat was a lot of fun too. It's obviously a lot more sort of numerical. It's a lot less like roleplay aspect, but there is, as we've been discussing here, there is a roleplay aspect to it too. And just
That's your game.
I just really enjoy this character and how he works and how he sort of interacts with other people. And it is kind of funny having sort of Samuel just like locked in eternal combat with a bat that can't hit him, and and yeah, like the big bat, which obviously sort of seemed like the big threat, it just was the most ineffective creature. I'm not saying that Walter's performance wasn't incredibly admirable. It was, and he's going to be justly rewarded. But it is just quite amusing that we had this massive towering beast that just couldn't hit for shit. It's just comical sometimes how the rolls turn out.
Yeah,
but it also gave me a
just
chance
dice luck.
to flex my sort of support role muscles, which is kind of what this guy's built for. He's reasonably tanky between his HP, his passable armor, and his self-healing abilities. His ability to get some temp HP too.
And even just reliably putting out damage, even though it's like not much, but your spore
Yeah, like
reaction is
niggly
strong.
damage, as you said, just little bits, small amounts of passive damage, which do mount up over time, when I remember. And yeah, just generally being more of a supporty passive play. Like he really does, just for the main part, sort of sit back and try and keep other people in the field, try and keep himself in the field, and try and control the situation. Didn't really get to do much in terms of control.
The good thing is that the restrain doesn't stop the spellcasting, because that would have been 10 times harder. And that would have been horrible for like everybody involved, quite frankly. So
yeah, the combat was great. I think everyone got to sort of show off a lot. I think in terms of like our kind of two sort of frontline melee types, both coming across quite hard to put down. And Vanguard did as well, but more through the sort of just tanking the hits and then healing. And we got obviously a nice opportunity for Bite to show off some of his
new thematically pretty green fire. Yes,
I think that was cool. I think that was a nice little fun choice for him. And it also just it really is very fitting both to the sort of character. If we think of like the Skaven archetype, because obviously he's not a Skaven in the most literal sense, because he's legally distinct.
Yes,
but
Skaven.
The archetype of the sort of backstabbing, somewhat cowardly rat man, and then you combine that with the idea of somewhat fragile, mobile, are in and out, do big damage, get out the road sort of style of play with a rogue. Then they both work together really well, and it's very thematically fitting. And it felt like maybe this new build has more enabled him to really inhabit that role rather than flicking away with a sling, which was cool and perfectly fitting, but it's not quite. I don't know, I can't speak for Alex, but I would imagine personally I'd get a lot more out of the rogue fantasy and the Skaven fantasy of like dipping into combat, stabbing something in the back and running away and doing the same thing again.
That one level of rogue must be doing a lot of mileage for you, Alexander.
It's just one level.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the sneak attack that I'm getting from it.
That's quite remarkable though,
yeah,
because you've got like the disengage as well.
That's
so
from him,
really...
his race.
Yeah, that's my racial.
Same with Fury of the Small. Yep.
Yeah, Fury of Small I knew. I couldn't remember what they got. That's really strong though.
Yeah.
I didn't realise actually.
And the dark.
Not goblins, obviously.
That's really nice. Yeah, because sometimes if you play rogue, you'd have to take a second level to get that.
Yeah. It's kind of why I didn't take a second level, because he was like, I don't want to have dead choices as well.
So yeah, very nice stuff. But I think we all got to sort of flex our muscles a bit in that combat.
Yeah, it was good.
In different ways, and that was a lot of fun. And there was a nice balance between fighty and social skills checks versus skills checks versus attack rolls. So yes, that is my bit.
Yes,
I have said my words.
I think
will now shut up.
It's also maybe just advantageous the party don't lose faith in the team. If Adair had been there and got the same bad dice luck he has had in many combats recently, which hopefully will break with the new additions of people. But man,
the poor guy has been cursed with the dice.
yeah, as I said, I think he just needs to make a new Roll20 account just to burn the old one. But we'll see. We'll see how he goes next time he's in, if he's with us next session. Walter?
Obviously, I was quite pleased because
Yeah.
I didn't get hit too bad. I got hit once by
Yeah.
a bat, and then I got nicely healed. Thank you for that. And then I stepped into Spirit Guardians, which was a really stupid thing, but I couldn't not run
Yeah.
in and help save Samuel and Vanguard. So even though Samuel sort of reactivated just to include us in it, that was just our own fault for being visually split from the rest of the party. I think I'm going to achieve a personal goal, and I think Walter is the kind of person who will be very, very smug at having very smug, not necessarily outward gloating, but just he'd expect some amount of recognition for what he's done. But more importantly, I want to know what these creatures are doing here, or sort of learn more about them as well. So that's also a general goal. I think we might find out next session. And then obviously beyond that, level 6. What?
I know. Yeah, level 6, yo.
Mechanically level 6. In game, I'm going to have learned a great deal from this experience.
Yes. Like, working with others is sometimes hazardous. It's a takeaway list.
Sometimes it's advantageous.
Yeah. As you try to flick off this shimmering shield, you're like, are you in the way? Am I more of a target with this on? It was good though. Some really good performance from Walter. Again, it's just what a martial class can actually do, which is disgusting, especially hitting is the tricky part for a paladin, right? That's it. That's the only downside to a paladin, is the hitting part. As soon as you've covered that with enough stats, it's just Divine Smite all the way down. Let's face it. So, yeah.
Divine Smite.
If you can convince one of your clerics, I think, to take Magic Weapon, they'll be able to buff your Rapier to help with that as well. I think clerics get Magic Weapon anyway, so...
Spiritual Weapon, I think.
Magic Weapon's the one I'm thinking of.
Okay.
It's
I'm
a very
not sure
specific
what
spell.
Magic Weapon is, actually.
It's a buff on someone's weapon that is magical. So yeah, it's a good spell that would only make your paladin more... Like one person, like your two cleric people could have, Shield of Faith up on you and Magic Weapon up on you and just sit back and hope you stay. And occasionally... And then just occasionally have Fleabite appear at the side of you, stabbing people. So yeah, a good bottleneck situation. Anything else, Walter?
Well, no, that's good for me.
Good. And then last but not least, Dylan, Xerxes himself.
It was fun. I agree a lot with what Banger said. It was kind of cool to have the combat, social. Combat, social. That was cool.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, pacing was tricky. I had to wrap my head around that at the start of the session, being like, how much am I giving the split? Because it'd been easier if we had it there, because I committed a bit more time for the social stuff. But ultimately, I'm like, I don't just want to have two halves sitting for a half each. I'd rather try and blend it if I can, so yeah.
And it kind of makes sense, almost mechanically, right? Because isn't it each round is 3 seconds or 6
arguably
seconds or
no,
your
timeline is way ahead of theirs. If those started at the same time, you are way ahead of them by hours. So yeah, it makes sense that I give them a couple of rounds and then throw to you from just a player level, right? Not a
combat slow.
Yeah. It's bizarre. Plus, the annoying thing about D&D combat is it both contradicts itself by saying everything's simultaneous yet sequential. And that did come up last time in the cave when we were moving around sequentially, being like, technically he will still simultaneously see this, but yet mechanically in every other part of 5e not see this, because my effects end on my turn and not his turn. It's annoying.
Gibberish.
It is. It's the worst part of 5e, to be honest, is their turn simultaneous nonsense.
Completely contrived, but such
It's not. It should just have said turns are sequential, the end. There's no simultaneous anything, because it's dumb. But anyway, that's my thoughts on that. Anything else, Dylan?
No, I think that's about it.
Yeah.
I had fun.
Good. Good. So did I. I had fun too. I guess that is the session. Adair, well, you slept through it. I hope you had a good sleep, buddy. We'll hopefully see you next session. Hopefully we'll see everybody next session.
Yeah.
And goodbye, everybody on Twitch and everything else. Bye.
Good night.
Bye.